Gale0428 says howdy. Happy Sunday, everyone. Kron's Gamer says hello.
Hello?
Not received. Well, that's fair.
Alright, we're live on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch.
Correct.
How you doing? Thank you for watching. Alright guys, let's get to work. Let me just close.
Pamela Jackson says hello, Kickers.
Hello.
Kron's Gamer says 8. Stream Elements says Panderson 789 just subscribed for 3 months
Thank
in
you
a
so
row.
much for the 3 months in a row subscription. Thank you, you're the best.
Countryboy 23123 says hey John.
Hey. Things we got going on right now. I do know the location of the motorcycle accident involving a minor. That's at Bryan Beach going into it. We had a hit and run.
Countryboy 23123 says, can I get a hell yeah, brother?
Hell yeah, brother. And looks like it's kind of raining a little bit. That's alright, let me watch this window so we can see better. If you're new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. We're going to listen to the scanner. We're going to record police interactions. That's what we do here. Hit the follow or subscribe, which depending on which platform you're watching me from.
Big Dave BCTX says hello to the redheaded stepchildren on Kickin' YouTube.
That's not
LOL.
nice. That's not nice. Everyone's just as important.
$17 and $15. You need a tool to remove a left nut.
Of course, we always start our night off by getting a drink.
Yeah, 2-4. Try to get the spare off the back of this trailer. The lug extends too far to use the tire iron. 909 received. We're almost on location. Do you have...
That's the radio traffic with the...
I'm headed your way.
Kim Turner 88 says I've got cappuccino.
All right.
Yeah. 911 I'm going to be about 4 minutes out from your location. Get the narcotics box ready and the trauma bag ready.
I think we'll be skipping the motorcycle accident. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, by the way.
Tazzy's my dog though says hello John, Pam, and Trunkies.
Hello.
Bayou Preppers 1 says sup.
What's up, Bayou?
Kron's Gamer says C. Watt 6469 says hey John.
Hey.
Be advised, they're going to have a big light. That's going to be the area they're going to be in.
Big light is the area they're going to be in. I think that's actually on the beach.
Bruja 210 says they say it's an ATV.
Yeah.
Kron's Gamer says how is everyone doing today?
Wonderful. See, it's not the usual. Of course, it's not the usual traffic for a Sunday night because it's a holiday weekend. We're going to treat this like a Friday or a Saturday.
P-Keel 23 says it's actually an ATV accident.
Oh, gotcha. Well, it came across the radio as a motorcycle, just so you know. That's what the EMS call came across as a motorcycle accident too.
Forfeit time. Get the caller to open the door.
Dashing Dasher TX says traffic today has been absolutely insane.
Now, I can see that.
Kakisper says good evening everyone.
Good evening. I can see that right here. I got to park way down here at our Buc-ee's strip. Usually I park over there.
In between the second instance, I'm not seeing it right away.
That's clear. It looks like you're going to be pretty close to them. You're heading in the right direction. They can see you.
P-Keel 23 says then they corrected it.
Okay, gotcha.
Bruja 210 says busy behave in the store.
Yeah, best behavior in the store, guys. Ooh, I'm almost scared to go in there with everybody having TTS. Let me turn on subscriber only just while we go in the store. Just in
Dashing
case.
Dasher TX says it took me over an hour.
I'm going to turn on subscriber only while we're in the store. For TTS anyway, and then I'll change it when we come back.
Dashing Dasher TX says to get from Surfside Buc-ee's to Surfside.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go out there today.
Can I change your route for this suspicious circumstance?
We got suspicious circumstances going on. Okay. Alright, if you're a subscriber on Twitch, your voice will be heard. I just don't trust leaving that on for everybody while we go in the store. Everyone on your best behavior. Trolls like to take advantage of that sometimes. Checking.
Big Dave BCTX says subs want you wrong for sure.
Usually they don't troll you when they pay money. Usually. I just don't want them saying anything offensive to people.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says what was for dinner, John?
Oh,
Kim Turner 88 says always, always.
Always. We sometimes lag when I go over here, guys, so if I do, I'll be back shortly.
210 says I'll take a Coke. Bandmom 2024 says let's behave, there could be kids in the store.
That's right, best behavior. Alright, we got a little music. I have to talk louder so I can talk above the music.
Big Dave BCTX says, hey kiddos, always film 5-0. Bio Preppers 1 says I want a bowl of Lucky Charms law.
How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good.
That's it for you?
That's it.
Be $1.29.
Big sale of the day.
Heck yeah.
Y'all can close now. We'll see ya.
You have a good night.
You too, man. Alright guys, we got our drink. One sweet tea. Getting back to work.
White Noise Studio 86 says John dressed casually today, no boots.
Yeah, no boots today. I've been doing that for like a week now. My foot was hurting for a little bit. Should be better.
Bruja 210 says drinks are even cheaper there. Bruja 210 says $3 in Jersey.
Dang. That was $1.27. Let's see, settings. I'll turn back on everybody so I can hear you all.
Lil Donalyn says good evening everyone.
Good evening.
Employment parking between the buildings.
Alright. Between the two buildings.
Kim
somewhere.
Turner 88 says hey John, my sis gets married tomorrow in Texas.
Hey, congratulations.
1966 Terry says morning John, morning all.
Good morning.
Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just subscribed for 3 months in a row.
Boba Fett, thank you so much.
DJ Talk 7 says hey friends.
Hey. Alright, now let's get to work. We got our drink.
$4.55. Should arrive.
We're drinking sweet tea tonight. I'm going to pull over here. We'll put the other scanner on too, so we have two scanners.
Christaboo 377 says hey how you doing? Jesus 2845 says what's up John?
What's happening?
Ajax says just watched VOD from yesterday. Do you still feel like number one haha? Dashing Dasher TX says woohoo got my yapper back.
Yeah, I shouldn't have flipped him off, but I was just saying hi. I thought that he was saying hi to me. I said hi to him.
Jesus 2845 says finally you go live on Kickman.
Yeah,
Veronique Bates says howdy people.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start doing all platforms. We gotta survive. We gotta eat.
Hey Jack says that was great.
I was just saying hi. He said he was
Mertz Gold
my
2
number one
Chain
fan.
says hello each and everyone.
Hello.
That location as well as behind the main building. I'm not seeing anybody.
Kim Turner 88 says Big Brazoria hugs.
Well, thank you. Back at you.
Bruger 210 says that's how us Italians say hi. Christagu 377 says my husband is working security tonight in Lake Jackson at Center Point subscription.
Oh, yeah?
Christagu 377 says substation.
Substation, alright. That makes more sense. I know that lots of people like to try to break into substations in Lake Jackson. Just kidding.
Christagu 377 says lol.
Alright, big scanner coming on.
Bandmom 2024 says he did it first and you were just being polite, John lol.
Yes, I was being polite.
They're at home now.
Yeah, this isn't the usual Sunday traffic. Obviously, it's a holiday weekend.
Go ahead with the number.
Kim Turner 88 says they do here in UK.
Which one? Unit 1 to 60. Was it trying to match with an address and county road?
Stand by. We're still trying to get it.
Element says DDDLXM just subscribed.
Thank you. Thank you for the subscription.
Go ahead. That's clear.
Which one? Unit 1 to 60. Was it trying to match with an address on county road?
TM7 kiloliters says Jesus is the Son of God.
Just off Old Angleton.
He died on the cross for our sins and was resurrected 3 days later. Confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe with your heart that God raised him from the dead, and you will be saved. You will not die, but have everlasting life.
Nora, repeating 001 886 Nora. Copy a trailer plate.
Okay.
19, copy a 28. 001 886 Nora, repeating 001 886 Nora. Robert George Nora 6319.
Okay. Okay.
19, copy a 28.
Alright, so those are probably going to be witnesses from the...
Robert George Nora 6319. Robert George Nora 6319.
That's clear. I just want to
Will
let
Ben
14 know
15
that we
says,
have
hey,
a
John.
call holding for a noise complaint in the 100 block of North Avenue B as in boy.
I think they're going to... I hope they're going to deal with the motorcycle accident.
99,588 says thank you, anonymous
24, you
gift.
got something?
Hey Jack says,
Thank you.
CA. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited.
I didn't see anything.
Choose to donate, they are non-refundable.
I didn't see anything from
Will
an
Ben
anonymous
15
gifter.
says, do we need a drink?
We just
I'll let
got
her know.
one. Can you tell me what the anonymous gifter did? Because they didn't. Stream Elements didn't tell
Game
me anything.
underscore Rage Zone says, no cop. Nightbot says BC scanner is not a cop. We listen to the scanner and record police
Hey,
interaction.
that's what we do
Will
here.
Ben 15 says okay.
That's clear. You can show me around.
Veronica Bates says they gifted a sub.
Oh, thank you.
Countryboy 23,123 says, so John, get this, I got pulled over today for my tag light being out and my tag light wasn't out and I got a ticket for it.
That's pretty common.
Kim Turner 88 says W anonymous gifted.
23. I'm trying to do 5 already around. You can trigger. That's clear.
17, did you click this phone? We'll hang up.
Tim. 17, is it pinging from that location?
Ooh, there.
Did you click this phone? We'll
There's
hang
one
up.
speaking on my Rapid SOS and on my 911 system.
Rapid SOS.
You remember about 2 days ago that dude called and was saying,
is it?
Countryboy 23,123 says, why are you
There's
videoing
one
me?
speaking on my Rapid SOS and on my 911 system.
Listen to this cop's radio
That's
traffic.
Tim. I'll look it up.
Kim Turner 88 says,
You remember about 2 days ago that dude called and saying that them juveniles had a weapon? What was his telephone number?
210, made contact with the company. They advised that they don't see anyone either.
Remember a couple days ago that dude called? I actually like that. Plain English, to the point.
Big Dave VCTX says, where's that traffic coming from?
Clute. I don't know. They're still being a little iffy on the location, but they know I went live right now, so.
Game_Rage Zone says, hold up, we're finding a old call. Countryboy 23123 says, where is that call at?
It's in Clute somewhere.
The brand OJ says, wow, so unprofessional.
No, I like that actually. I like it. I like it.
The brand OJ says LMAO.
Location on the 1st of this month.
Will Ben 15 says, John, how was your day?
It was wonderful. Dang it, I didn't get a straw. Oh, I did get a straw.
Melanie Syop 1784 says, so it's probably C-Notes right.
Oh, no, it's not C-Note shift. That guy doesn't work on C-Note shift.
Had a disturbance of this location on the 1st of this month.
Will Ben 15 says, same as mine, day 2.
The only time we get traffic really.
I believe it's 407.
Stand by. I'm gonna get you the house.
Alright, now they're using the phone.
Check that telephone number.
Countryboy 23123 says 20 notes. Dashing Dasher TX says, I still want to know who called in yesterday saying they saw a gorilla on 2004.
Right.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
Melanie Syop 1784 says, oh yay, take advantage of not the C-Notes shift.
Yeah, also somebody called in yesterday about a bee.
401.
Yeah,
Your
a bee
caller with the
problem.
trailer advised they got the tire off.
Alright,
So you
so
can go back to Washington until they fill up the tire with it.
I think he's pulling into the police station over there to check notes, so we'll be able to follow him to the call.
It's going to be Norma Correa.
It's gonna be Rudy Garcia,
Rudy Garcia, Charles Ocean, Robert Edward Adam. 313 of 93, 31393. Clifford
We got
Dad's
it
name.
running.
217. It's not gonna be the same phone number.
I might not be able to keep up with them guys, but I'll try.
In district.
Just to make sure it's out of 20 Indian miles 14.5, 14.5.
I'll do my best.
Buying Preppers 1 says, always film 5-0.
I'm a law-abiding citizen who at all times obeys the
See, it's
police
not gonna be the same phone
status,
number.
so I will obey all traffic laws. So,
3, and the other is a threat calling in the lobby.
my guess, it's at some hotel only because they said room. They gave 407. My guess is that's a room number. What do I know though? Looks like he's headed towards the hotel rows anyway.
Oh, very good.
Which means we have to watch out for hotel managers, our arch nemesis.
5814 Alana Lane, reference to a fire alarm. 507.
Will Ben 15 says, hey Harper, you can't speed with lights off. You can speed with lights on.
5814 Alana
I
Lane,
don't think
reference to a fire alarm.
Alright, I'm trying to catch up with him. We got a runner. Oh, $9 phone holder, don't fail me now. It's failing. They're gonna get replaced. We got one in the waiting in the backup, in the wings, right next to me on the seat. I don't think
Will
no.
Ben 15 says we hit a bump.
Yeah, $9 phone holder failed us on that bump. All right, so he doesn't look like he's responded to a call.
Will Miss Lauren says, hey guys.
Hey.
Countryboy 23123 says $9 phone holder don't feel us. Texan Beast 2025 says damn $9 phone.
Yeah,
Will
I've
Ben
just
15 says we are always falling down by a bump.
I know I have
Game_Rage Zone says when we have the C-Note shift, we want to see the C-Note shift.
right.
We all know they are using the C-Notes to hide, but they can't hide forever.
Right. He's getting on the highway. My guess is he's gonna just do loops now. I don't know where he's going. At this point, I don't know where he's going, honestly. The only thing that would have made sense if he was going to the call that we were going to would have been going the other way. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm going to use $9 phone holder until it gives out. I've been through so many phone holders. This one's kind of working, so I'm going to take advantage of it while it's kind of working. But then we have new phone holder. Just waiting for him to fail.
Boba Fett 271 says party one, 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 party one. Stream Element says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 10
Thank you so much. 3569 repeating.
Victor Frank
4526
Northwest
3569.
Next to.
I'm gonna skip this. It looks like he's pulling up to
Game
this.
underscore Rage Zone says free falling by $9 phone holder law.
526
Turner 88
3569 repeating 42.
Andy 460 says hey John Cammy and Trunk
3569.
Looks like we have something to do with the trailer right here.
This is 911. We're going to make our way back to ambulance 909. We'll be transported 909.
Country Boy 23,123 says I see lights. Gale 0428 says ooh lights. Dashing Dasher TX says there are stops everywhere law.
I know.
Tiki Bob says hello.
911. We're going to make our way back to.
So this, I think this is a motorist assist, guys. Just so you know. I don't like being in this spot. They might need some more light. Looks like they're having a trailer issue.
Christagu 377 says I hate ads. Country Boy 23,120
How you guys doing?
says I'm walking on the right side of the road.
How are you? Y'all gonna eat? Alright. Oh man. I got you some light, man.
Boba Fett 271 says you think you're Barbara Walters. You can't film me. Angie 416 says, ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what VC scanner streams. Game underscore Rage Zone says ads help support.
I turned it down.
Dasher TX says OCD
They get a little
right
much
past
sometimes.
2004 is a 2-cop stop.
Oh, right past 2004?
I know that's a ways from you though.
Yeah, they blown out and they had the spare on there, but they had no wrench or nothing to get it off. So PD, get the wrench,
Come back.
BCTX says he needs
the tires
some tire.
flat, so they got to go air it up, bring it back.
Yeah, man. All right, you got your hands full here.
Yeah.
All right, so this is your second trip here. Third.
They're from Minnesota, and literally all of their belongings they have is in this trailer.
Oh man.
Christy 377 says I know I just take this.
There you go.
I got a question.
What's up?
So, when you were coming around over here, you went down that bridge and you cut through over there and went over here. How do we get down over here?
So whenever after you leave Buc-ee's and you come back over the bridge, take the 332 exit, so take the exit to the right, okay, and then you're going to get down here.
Texan Beast 2025 says where this at. Kim Turner 88 says you nice cop.
Thank you. Whenever you're coming back, though, be sure you stay straight. Don't take the Surfside exit.
All right.
All right.
Texan Beast 2025 says Eau Clue.
Yeah, we're right. Oh, I don't know what exit this is. This is 288B.
332, 288 interchange.
Yeah, so you guys use caution if you're in the area.
Yeah, please don't hit me.
That's right. Or me.
Yeah,
I hate parking here. I tell you that every night we have stops here.
yeah, no, I don't really prefer it.
Mm-hmm. You ever see snakes here? I'm asking for a friend.
Do what?
You ever see snakes in here? I'm asking for a friend.
On that side, yes.
That side?
In the medians, not so much.
All right.
Generally, once they get in the roadway, they get
pretty
hit.
sure I saw you walking out of work a little bit ago. Hope you're having a nice night.
You too.
Kim Turner 88 says he seems a nice cop, to be honest.
Yeah. Here, I got light. You need light? Or you're just waiting on them to come back and get those.
Yeah, they gotta go air that tire up.
Country Boy 23,000.
All right, man, I'll get out of your hair.
Hey, officer, I'm walking on the right side of the road. Stone Cooker says very nice.
All right, we'll see you, man.
The Element says thank you for following Childy UHT.
Thank you for the follow. All right, guys, we got a trip. I knew it was a motorist assist. I don't really like parking here. It's not my favorite place to be.
Dashing Dasher TX says, don't worry, John. He has a few. He'll protect you.
Stop
There was
it.
a gator there the other day.
Dang it.
Texan Beast 2025 says I'm in Angleton leaving my job.
Guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the
Country
chat,
Boy
guys.
23,123 says put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat.
Kim Turner 88 says hey cops from UK, nice to meet you. Little __ unit says very nice cop. Not all are bad. Melanie Syop 1784 says I thought he was the cop in the call with the red car and the guy that got slammed on the ground. Tazzy's my dog Go says always Fim 50.
Always, always.
Filmacoker says at Tammy 9588 hello. Neil Donovan says always Film 60. Boba Fett 271 says always Film 50. Kim Turner 88 says always Film 50.
Alright guys, let's get back to work.
Gale 0428 says always Film 50. Boy Mom 1322 says can we have him a part of the calendar law?
Stop it. Stop it. Don't be thirsty tonight, chat. Don't be thirsty tonight.
Kron's Gamer says need to make up 30 subs, darn it.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I did, I lessened the goal. I put it more realistic.
Dashing Dasher TX says 50 Film M.
Let's see if we can get to 800. That's more realistic than 1,000 for right now.
Caller was the one that looked at 119, but they were up at 200. The husband and a wife.
Alright, just watching for traffic.
Unknown if it was physical, but they're requesting.
Dashing Dasher TX says, but it's so hot outside. Melanie Syop 1784 says it actually was Waco, not Wyoming, Texas.
Oh, Waco, gotcha. That makes sense. I got you. Yeah, that's pretty good ways away from me.
I'm not sure if I'm at the
Renee Don 23 says hope your night is
I just
well.
left like now. I have a female and I believe her son. She's getting at the vehicle. Vehicle's 20. It's going to be Tom Zebra Rover 2727. Tom Zebra Rover 2727. Show me out. I'm going to make contact.
So I need to go back to the police station to get a tire iron. I mean,
That's clear.
we can support that all day, right?
Boy Mom 1322 says, but John the first bet I am not the only one that thought of adding him to the calendar law.
Stop being thirsty, chat. Stop being thirsty. It's Sunday. It's too Sunday, but it is shirtless Sunday, isn't it? We forgot about that. Shirtless Sunday.
She said 200.
Hey, that's not going to be the address. The son was waving, saying hello.
Boba Fett 271 says Clue Blonde Bun Hop better be in the calendar.
Make some contact at that address. He said 200.
Amanda BB13 says, hey everyone, what did I miss?
Just a trailer broken down?
Kim Turner 88 says, oh no, we are in trouble today already. Christopher 377 says, be careful out there tonight being Memorial Weekend.
Yep.
Dashing Dasher TX says, so it's shirtless thirsty Sunday. Kraken Fan says, good evening all. It is summertime, no work. Woohoo. How's everyone doing? Question mark.
I'm doing wonderful. Yeah, normally I take Sundays off, you guys know that, but I'm not missing a holiday weekend.
421, that was me asking for a ticket.
Look at all this traffic coming off the beach.
You can just clear the hospital back in service, first out call.
I was asking for a case number.
I'm gonna get over so I can get over.
Nine 06 Freeport, you can just clear the hospital back in service, first out call.
Check Hotel Road.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says, hello John, Pam, and Trunkies.
Hello, Bama Roll Tide. How are you tonight? It's yellow, guys. I'm gonna stop though.
Stream Elements says, Jaden Morgan _ just subscribe.
Jaden, thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says, good, how are you? Little _ unit says, that's kind of a negative thing being a streamer. A lot of your hours are when others are off, nights, weekends, etc.
Yep, that's true. Very true. The calls are just different during the day. A lot of the calls during the day
Bradley
are
25 says hello, Trunkies.
a lot of the calls during the day are just give me your revenue, sheep. When the sheep show up, they give the revenue. Nighttime, the calls are different. Also, I'm in Texas, so my equipment doesn't overheat. Tomorrow night.
B60654 traffic.
Tomorrow night is a field trip.
Southbound 33 at 523 on a 663 Bravo 9 X-ray.
Tomorrow night we won't be in Brazoria County. We'll be in a different county. And if you're
Black possibly.
new here, whenever we go to the other counties, the cops don't know me.
Little _ unit says, did you say tomorrow night?
Yes, tomorrow night.
Jaden Morgan _ says, enjoyed the content.
5415 en route UTOB Angleton.
Yeah, tomorrow night, yes. We won't be in Brazoria County.
00428 says you field trip. Jaden Morgan _ says you deserve my sub. Countryboy 23123
Jaden,
says I'm back. I was watching Harvey live. Bayou Preppers 1 says hello, Bobby and Peggy.
.14 is en route to UTMB Angleton.
J9 Bell says hello.
Hello to you.
Non-emergent. We're en route to it. 14 will be San Antonio, Tulsa. 14, that's negative. Good.
I may need assistance.
You may need assistance. Where are you at? That's the question.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Blueson UNLMTD.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Medicate dispatch.
Okay.
You can show us to the hospital back in service and route to our service area.
Yes, sir.
Oh, $9 phone holder is failing us. Might be time for him to get replaced.
Matthew Barron 78 says at BC Scanner, good evening there.
Good evening to you.
BCSO 5514.
5514.
All BGH clear train.
Man, that wheelchair guy has some serious lights. I like that.
Mark the Mad Shark says cheer 3000.
Thank you.
Stream Elements says Mark the Mad Shark just cheered 3000 bits.
Mark the Mad Shark with the 3,000 bits.
306 dispatch.
6, go ahead.
Hospital back in service.
Texan Beast 2025 says I have one for you. Where you at? Big Dave BCTX says W Mark.
You can show us transporting one patient.
Turner 88 says W Mark.
Non-emergency
Thank you so
traffic
much,
with
Mark.
mother. Second out call. Subject was provided with an event number on back to service.
Jim Turner 88 says anyone seen late of janitor
Rick.
lately?
Better copy.
I have not.
Alright.
Life happens, as we all know.
It's going to be in
Joanne
Reston 4627 Park Road
Evening, John.
to a Terra Green. Public service is 336-899-5779. Repeating 336-899-5779.
Michael W221 says, hey everyone, and John and Pam.
We'll be en route. Can you repeat the
Tater
address
Tots 2
and the
says,
nature
hello
of the
John,
call?
Hammy and Trunkies.
That's fair. It's going to be 7129, County Road 172, 7129, County Road 172, for a 57-year-old female, possibly having an allergic reaction. She is awake from breathing.
Michael W221 says, I just got a break.
Very good.
Michael W221 says people keep this young man busy, which is me.
5415 at UTV Angleton.
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says, hello John, Pam, and Trunkies.
Hello to you. How's your night tonight, Shaggy?
Texan Beast 2025 says, I have an extra badass phone holder John.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Michael W221 says, do we got the bitches tonight?
We got 3,000 so far. I think 3,010 if my mind is keeping track right.
Texan Beast 2025 says, I paid $50 for it, you can have it for free.
Oh, well, that's awfully kind. I have, let's save it, Texan Beast, because I got
Michael
one.
W221 says, I am talking about C notes.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. No, they're not working tonight. I have one that was donated
Hammy
to me.
9588 says, whoa, who you calling a bitch?
4204 Web.
What are you calling for public service?
Let's see what's working down
Best
here.
for now.
So I know what kind of night we're gonna have.
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says, doing good, just came inside from a nice little fire in the fire pit.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Michael W221 says, C notes shift as bitches sorry. Taters Tots 2 says, tread lightly John, haha.
I left it alone. I thought he said bits. I'm innocent.
Joanne 8775 says, Pam, how are you doing?
I thought he said bits. Right, not a big focus down here tonight, as a Sunday should be.
Number 28.
God.
Or John 3553 Black. Next, please.
Ooh, I didn't hit the curb that time,
They're
guys.
just confirming the last four with 3553.
Remember last week I hit the curb there.
Okay.
It's always embarrassing when you hit a curb on a live stream.
Watt 6469 says, does the scanner or flashlight need to be charged, John?
Nope, we're good.
Michael W221 says, sorry John, the first don't like them C notes shift. Watts 6469 says, dang, the sub goal went down a lot.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I tried to put it to something more realistic. See if we can't get to 800. That way it's at least obtainable. Let these nice young people walk. Put the top down for a minute, it's getting hot in here. Also, make the window much clearer too. Alright, this side's a little busier than the other side.
Michael W221 says, hot at here, take your clothes off. Boba Fett 271 says, move it, buddy.
They were taking their time.
Michael W221 says, and that's what she say.
Hey, that's what my shirt says. That's what my shirt says tonight. As you guys know, I'm a walking dad joke, so my shirt actually says that tonight.
Checking. Everything's set for.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, big Brazoria County hugs. Bucky Imam 22 says, hey God, Pam and Trunkies.
Hello.
RTK underscore 1414 says, hey all.
Hey, secure south.
455. 455. Showing you route back to the city. $455.
Texan Beast 2025 says, I'm at Burger King in
Show me
Crete.
your route back to the city.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, always film 5-0.
Always.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, cops are not your therapist.
Take lift for 27.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, remember, you have the right to shut up.
Yeah. Work on the ability to do so.
Countryboy 23123 says, no cop. Nightbot says BC scanner is not a cop. We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
It's going to be Texas DL 423 28371.
Chastity underscore Gaw says, hey everyone.
Hello.
8371. Advise when you're ready for a second. 27. 2008, then I'm forwarding to your email. Texas DL
16469 says, what's crazy is people who know John still talk to the police.
35
Bayou Preppers 1 says, like the old saying goes, silence is golden.
That's right.
Boy Mom 1322 says they aren't our therapists, but some can definitely be a part of the calendar cause. Some are nice to look at law. Andy Rozzy 1 says, looks like quite tonight, John. Countryboy 23123 says, if you see John Gray, shush and don't say anything.
Yeah, if you see me, just shut up. That's always a good idea. Also, you can use me to get out of taking the field sobriety test. That guy yesterday, he could have just said, hey, I'm not doing that with John here, right? I would have been happy with that too.
The 2 Charles 806, I just forwarded the picture, the photograph to you.
Is anyone watching from YouTube? Is it working over on YouTube and Kick? I don't think I've seen many comments. Also, what's the number if you are? If not, we can save the bandwidth.
Peach1380 says, hey John, Hammy and Trunkies. How is everyone tonight?
I'm doing wonderful.
Big Dave BCTX says, rip Phil Robertson of Duck Dynasty.
Oh, I didn't know that. I always question whenever someone says that because a lot of times...
Hey Jack says we are
DC
149 here on Twitch.
100.
Dasher TX says we're just kicking it on Kick. Don't kick me.
All right.
Northbound 332, 227A. Red in color, 8019.
6,469 says
Jade and
28
John,
people on
9
YouTube.
6.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. They're not very chatty tonight.
The brand OJ says always film 5-0
Always.
and never talk to police and never ever go on Dateline.
Yeah, if you're accused of
Pamela
murder...
Jackson says 5 on Kick. Stream looks good.
All right, good. I officially got all the problems.
903 print guy says UGHHH. I just left one of those stores. LOL.
I think I've got all the issues worked
What
out.
6469 says they're people talking on YouTube, John.
Oh, okay. I'm just responding to them. Let me make sure that I can hear them.
Chastity_Ga says John the first did see it online. He really did pass earlier today.
Okay.
Jesus2845 says we good on Kick, John. We just need
Okay.
you to keep going live on here.
There you go. All right. I reconnected YouTube, so you guys should work now.
Countryboy 23123 says I'm going sit back and listen. I'm not gonna speak and I got muted out of the blue for nothing. Corkle4 Catan says you're amazing, John.
Thank you.
Boba Fett 271 says what do you think you're Geraldo Rivera, don't record me. Mark the Mad Shark says I tell you what's sickening, I see a concert earlier today and instead of having lighters in the air it was vapes.
Country Boy, you were timed out for promoting another live. I'm struggling over here, and that's why I timed you out. So
Little unit says are Walmart's there 24/7.
Does that make
Dashing
sense?
Dasher TX says just 5 gentle souls over here. On Kick, not wanting to be overcrowded in the twitching trunk.
There you go. That's why I timed you out, buddy.
Countryboy 23123 says oh sorry John didn't know sorry.
That's all right.
903 print guy says no on the womp.
So if you say that, right, what is everybody going to do? That's why I timed you out. Love Harvey to death, but I'm trying to earn a living too. What are you doing, Scanner?
RTK_1414 says, does the trial resume Tuesday?
Yes, on Tuesday.
Little__unit says, just FYI, a lot of streamers you should NT talk of negative or positive, or all but just FYI.
That's right. Yeah, I'm not talking negative or positive. This is not my first day on social media.
RTK_1414 says, wahoo, I am off on the summer so just can start watching more.
Alright. Yeah, being a teacher would be a good gig. Don't you have, usually they have, I think, 2 options. Either you can get paid all
TV
year.
Isabella says, John, it's been a minute since I last seen you.
I'm here.
Corkle for Catan says just sub for you, John.
Thank you.
Love what you do, sir.
Thank you so much.
Bakan TikTok says evening, John. I'm here silently listening while I read.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. We are lurker friendly here.
24, I'll be 10 to 8, advice was given.
The brand OJ says John's a trained social media vet. Dashing Dasher TX says, are you good with kick now, John?
I should
Getting paid, I mean. That page girl 3 says, hey John, Pam and Trunkies.
We are monetized on there.
Little __ unit says you should add the dad joke on stream elements. They are actually quite funny.
Oh.
RTK _1414 says kids are so disrespectful nowadays and we still have many days we have to work.
Oh boy.
Public service made, advice was given about loud music. Show me back in.
Now one of my kids has an extracurricular activity and they're going to start in July, just like 8 hours a day.
Bandmom 2024 says, yeah, everybody thinks teachers have the
Copy of vehicle search.
Technically, they have workshops, they have to do some have summer school, they do a lot more than you think, but a lot of people think they just have the whole summer off, which is not true.
See, that's what I
Dashing
thought.
Dasher TX says, I couldn't think of the word law. How does it work since we can't gift?
It just subs only over there. I'm going to work on it. We're going to have to, this is the way we're going to do it now. Now that I've got all the bugs worked out of it, we're going to go live on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch every night. So it's growing. We're growing.
Bio Preppers 1 says, everyone please share the stream to your friends and family, please.
There you go.
Bandmom 2024 says, yeah, my son's not looking forward to band camp, it's rough getting started long. Dashing Dasher TX says, I did get the monthly on YouTube. Way too many ads on YouTube.
Wait, there's too many ads on YouTube? I don't know. I have YouTube Premium, so.
Adele Esser says, I'm glad you are on YT. Bayou Preppers 1 says, me 3 John. Vegas _local says, I'm here just silent watcher tonight, have a great stream.
You too. Thank you for being here. It's a Sunday. Normally we take off on Sundays. I do the 6 nights a week.
271 says, I remember this one time at band camp. Oh wait, never mind.
I knew that was coming.
Dashing Dasher TX says on the scanner, there was a lot every few minutes, so I just paid for the membership law.
Oh, gotcha.
Bandmom 2024 says, but I'm hoping John that since this is his second year going into band camp, he kind of already has his footing, but I know how it is transitioning from summer back into a routine.
That's right.
Big Dave BCTX says something about a flute.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Alright, we got 269 miles of gas. Good on gas for tonight.
Tony De Almeida 3 says, hey John, hey everybody, how's everybody doing?
Wonderful.
Peach 1380 says, never went to band camp. Yes, I missed out, LMAO. Bucks 43 says, hi John and everyone. Tony De Almeida 3 says, always film 50.
my stop up here on 2DAV. Stopping in the north turn lane.
We're stopping in the center turn lane. We're north 2DAV takes place. Ambush rules 136
a lot different nowadays than it used to be years ago.
Looks like they're making a huge
Tony de Almeida 3 says party 1, 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 party 1.
I couldn't hear that. I need to hear that again.
Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 27 bits.
Thank you so much. I can hear that
Washington
traffic.
says John, did you get oil?
Yes, I put a cord in yesterday. It's running a lot better, and I'm not getting the message.
Looks like they're making a huge turnaround.
Thank you, Tony, for the 27 bits.
Mike Rob underscore says Diddy oil.
And we are on the shoulder in the 6
Do I have a unit at Stripes?
Alright, they just say, can I have a unit at Stripes?
Tony de Almeida 3 says cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1.
There's a reckless driver that's going to be turning on to Gold Boulevard right by Stripes.
Stripes doesn't exist anymore, does it? Reckless driver coming out of Freeport. We got the traffic stop up here.
It's going to be a white van with a ladder on top. He's going 65 down Gold.
65 miles an hour down Gulf Boulevard. White ladder with a van with a white ladder on top. It's not called Stripes anymore. It's 7-Eleven, just so you know. Run, kitty, run.
Do I have a unit at Stripes?
Left, how about 7-Eleven? What you got?
He said he corrected her.
We turning on to Gold Boulevard right by Stripes.
Peach 1380 says white van with a ladder on top.
114 is at UTMB Angleton. There's a caller advised that he just turned. It's going to be a white van with a ladder on top. He's going 65 down Gold. Or if he was turning around on Gold.
It's going back the other way. Yeah, what's the speed limit there?
I believe it's parking at Diddle.
Parking at where?
Nothing.
Tony de Almeida 3 says seems good one. Boba Fett 271 says party 1, 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 party 1. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 10 bits. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 1 bit.
Thank you so much for the bits. 11 bits. Thank you so much.
3219, Paul Young, 3219.
Alright, looks like they found the van.
I believe it's
Peach 1380 says take notes. Never drive a white van, period.
Right.
Nothing.
Well, I hear they have the best candy, though. That's what I was told.
Byron Peppers 1 says sorry my face hurt.
Blue 57 is going to be in the jail. Show me right to that Motorist.
Tony de Almeida 3 says lol John. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says best candy hands down.
Okay. Paul Young, 3219, Paul Young, 3219.
Alright, I think they found the van at Sitting Bull.
Watt 6469 says free candy and iced coffee John in the white van.
That's right. Iced coffee? Oh, they got me. They got me after they have iced coffee. I mean, they might as well just throw in some tacos.
Yeah, it's on the wrong house. No 27 located on that designated bird entrance, confirmed on 27.
Blue 57 is going to be in the jail. You can show me right to that Motorist assist.
Okay. That's clear.
Watt 6469 says and they have spaghetti too.
Ooh, you know? Just take me.
Texan Beast 2025 says, "My Shadow John, wherever you are."
That's right. I'm back here.
Golbafet 271 says, "Just finished my iced coffee."
I had to get sweet tea because they were blaring the music at Bucky's around.
Dasher TX says, "Tacos."
No 27 located on our enemy bird entrance, confirmed on a 2015 new front.
839-723-821, repeating 839-723-821.
Okay. There.
This time.
15.
Hopefully it says. Sorry about that.
Yeah. That's what I changed out if I don't work.
No report of mess center traffic, one secure shutdown 2.
I've been seeing a mess. Checking out.
Nice, and I'll be out with her. Log a New York myself.
Parkway, apartment 303. I have a message like having a stroke over there.
839-723-821, repeating 839-723-821.
This is a horrible spot. We'll park over here.
Clear.
Alright, we're gonna try. Oh my god. Seriously. Sorry about that, guys. Lake Jackson EMS always. It's very loud. If you guys still have hearing, I'm getting out on a stop. Cars in park.
Golbafet 271 says, "Ouch."
Sorry about that. I tried to turn it down, it wouldn't do it.
Attention Freeport EMS, attention Freeport EMS. We're gonna have a 60-year-old male, possibly has low blood sugar and he's gonna be disoriented.
Oh dang, I could have parked right here. I didn't see this one.
Watt 6469 says, "Hopefully the people are John fans tonight. Last night they wasn't John
Yeah,
fans."
nobody was John fans last night.
1380 says, "Ouch, that was in my Goodyear law."
I'm sorry. That was so loud too.
4.
Charlie is 10-8, driver advised that he was not driving.
You know where you're going?
Alright, looks like they were just lost. She's giving directions.
903 print guy says, "Oh."
It's all the people from out of town are getting lost tonight. How you doing?
Good, I'm a GPS now.
Yeah. Alright guys, we're back. Let's get back to work. Alright, let's go try to find the white van. Yeah, everybody.
Stream Elements says, "Thank you for following Mike Garza 70.
Mike Garza, thank you so much.
23,123 says it's a white car.
Yeah, oh
Watt
boy.
6469 says that's a -5 parking.
No, that's creativity. I get two.
At 271 says hi.
I get two for putting it in park.
123 says put it in the chat.
Yeah, guys.
15 says she was nice. Mike Garza 70 says, "Hey John."
Hey. So I get two for putting in park, and then that should have some points for creativity. That has to have some creativity points.
Country Boy 23,123 says 10 out of 10 parking. Taters Tots 2 says John gets 2 points. Golbafet 271 says that was Officer Blonde Bun. Michael W 221 says she can cuff and stuff me. Taters Tots 2 says 2 points. Watt 6469 says, fine John, you get 10 out of 10.
Fine.
Big Dave BCTX says, are you worried the white van is moving in on your turf?
Right?
Angie 416 says, always film 5-0. Adele Elsner says, always film 5-0. Doperino TV says, got a 6-pack time to do the usual and watch you do this and play games.
All right.
Bradley 25 says 8.5 just because of where you had to park, other than that you did good.
Yeah, I found that there's a
David
way...
041873 says, has the boss approved the creative parking points?
Oh, she has not. No.
Boba Fett 271 says, blonde bun body cavity search over here.
No, she has not
Texan
approved.
Beast 2025 says 9 out of 10, but to be determined. Stream Elements says Oscar 21 just subscribed for 2 months in a row.
Thank you so much for the
Dashing
subscription.
Dasher TX says, John, you can't rate your own parking.
I
That
can't...
would be like Olympians scoring themselves.
Well?
It just doesn't happen, sir. Jonathan Heinrich says 10 out of 10 on parking.
Thanks.
Doperino TV says got on to a 3.5 parking job crazy. Mike Garza 70 says 2 guess I missed it.
There you are, 3D northbound. CD, the translator shows we do it.
David 041873 says 2 points for putting car in park.
That's what I get.
Texan Beast 2025 says 1 for showing up, 1 for parking long. Dashing Dasher TX says wait. Hold up. Officer Hot Cop is DPS now.
No.
Tammy 9588 says creative parking points should count negatively. Doperino TV says anything cool happened yet.
Yeah, I didn't think she was going to sign off on my creativity points. But I tried.
DL 1059 2712 1059 2712.
That's in reference to...
Dispatch 5, we looking for North Fuel, 3 souls, hour and a half.
Pam went with me one time and she hated my parking.
5, listen for North Fuel.
She was not a big John fan when it comes to parking.
Texas DL 1196 3752 1196 3752.
Krista Goo 377 says, hey, I am back.
Welcome back.
3592 5017 3592 57 ready for Texas DL 2285.
Dashing Dasher TX says, oh, I was about to say there was about to be some real thirsty trunkies in here.
It's going to be probably a
Boba
black
Fett
male
271 says the further away the less points you get.
shirt or hoodie.
Peach 1380 says, I'm with Pam. Your parking needs some help, lol.
It's good. It's fine.
Pammy 9588 says, I don't want to be a snitch boo at you parked in the middle of the road.
One time. It was one time. One time.
It's going to be Texas DL 1196
Mike Rob underscore says, usually it's the woman who can't park.
3752.
It was one time.
Another one?
Alright, so YouTube chat, I don't think you were working until now. I'm sorry about that.
Texas DL 2285
At least I couldn't hear you.
Madison Lynn Mo says, Cheerwell 1, 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 Cheerwell 1. Stream Elements says Madison Lynn M.O. just cheered 25 bits.
Thank you so much.
Live Life for Fun 20 says John's parking 10 out of 10. Dashing Dasher TX says and you block alleyways. Peach 1380 says I've seen most of your parking. Haha.
It does get creative sometimes. And that's why I think I should get points for creativity.
Texan Beast 2025 says John, when your woman rides with you're supposed to protect your special cargo.
Well, she was fine that we were in parking lots.
No, just the report. Show us on location. First out call. Second out call.
Alright, everybody get out and stretch for a minute. Everybody get out and
1405,
stretch.
check off there.
Texan Beast 2025 says YouTube has been working. I watching you before I got on Twitch.
Oh, gotcha.
Will be taking responsibility for, I believe the caller's name was Sean.
Kron's Gamer says I am out. Angie416 says nope, you'll leave us. Watts 6469 says hope that's a damn trap. Texan Beast 2025 says it's a trap.
It's not a trap.
Will Ben 15 says that car's still there.
Still there, yes.
Live Life 4 Fun 20 says John, have you seen the magnetic phone holder? Boba Fett 271 says don't get out, it's a trap.
I saw that.
Watts 6469 says YT voice ain't working, John.
I didn't think it was.
Renadement says no. Big Dave BCTX says cheer 1000. I just realized you get 50% more bits for your money logging on Twitch through a browser, even phone browser, to purchase them.
Yes, always do that.
Stream Elements says Big Dave BCTX just cheered 1000 bits. Kron's Gamer says let me back in. Mike Rob _ says get out and check it out. Peach 1380 says I'm comfy in the trunk. I ain't getting out. Pammy 9588 says bits. Nightbot says get bits cheaper.
I'll be back in flat station.
Mike Rob _ says we'll be your witnesses if anything happens.
Can someone on YouTube type test for me? I just want to make sure you guys are coming out of speaker. If not, I'm completely ignoring you, which is...
Pamela Jackson says hello from YT.
There we go. It's
Pamela Jackson says hello from YT.
It's repeating. Did you type that twice?
433, go ahead.
I'm guessing you did not type that twice.
Texan Beast 2025 says Dashing Dasher, where you be?
1997, 10/14/97.
All right, everybody back in. Everybody back in. Let's...
Watts 6469 says it's repeating again. Damn. Pamela Jackson says just once. I don't like repeating myself. Lol. Pamela Jackson says just once. I don't like repeating myself.
Okay,
lol.
Hold on.
District 81 says let's see. District 81 says let's see. Kakesper says cheer 100.
Thank you.
Stream Elements says Kakesper just cheered 100 bits.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
Bayou Preppers 1 says look at that sky. Live Life 4 Fun 20 says to all the new people please be sure to check out John on all platforms. Live Life 4 Fun 20 says link. Dashing Dasher TX says I be doing Dasher shit. Shit only Dasher understands.
That's right.
Willie Eccles says test it's working, I hear you loud and proud, this is Texan Beast.
Alright, I'm gonna
Willie Eccles says test it's working, I hear you loud and proud, this is Texan Beast.
Alright, I'm gonna reset.
Will Donnellan says he told us to get in, y'all hurry. Bradley 25 says John, have you heard anything about Surfside finding the parents of the young child they found on the beach earlier this afternoon?
No, I did not.
Watts 6469 says well it can't be a John show without technology difficulties.
That's right. Let's see if YouTube's
Bayou
working
Preppers 1 says I am new here, what is it you do? Mike Rob _ says he films cops.
They give a name for their personal use.
Alright. I think I fixed the YouTube problem.
Last name Adam Lincoln. Victor Adam. Robert Adam.
Alvarado is on the way to the child.
Hopefully it only says stuff once. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way.
Countryboy 23123 says no cop. Nightbot says BC scanner is not a cop.
Definitely not.
We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
Yeah,
Bayou Preppers 1 says LMFOW. Dashing Dasher TX says Bayou, you know that's not the sky. That's pollution floating through the air from our lovely plant's law. Pamela Jackson says once or twice. Pamela Jackson says once or twice.
Dang it.
Pamela Jackson says once or twice. Boba Fett 271 says he follows ambulances.
Wait, did
Amanda
I make...
BB13 says it's John's first day, forgive the technical difficulties.
Wait, did I make it worse
Willie
than now?
Eccles says Burger King John come here for a sec. Willie Eccles says Burger King John come here for a sec.
Why?
Willie Eccles says Burger King John come here for a sec.
I made it worse. Now it's saying everything 3 times.
Can you drop me a case number?
I definitely made it worse.
Big Dave BCTX says John Gray and Associates. New Brazoria County Hammer. Boy Mom 1322 says 3 times now.
Dang it.
Hammy 9588 says you made it worse 3 times. What 6469 says it's 3 times now.
Yeah, I know.
903 Print Guy says it's the home of the Whopper. Taters Tots 2 says on repeat. Bradley 25 says 3rd time is the charm law.
Right. If I fix it again, is it going to be 4 times? I'm going to disconnect it. Hold on. And then reconnect it.
421, William.
All right. I'm at Burger King. Willie. Texting me, so I'm going to go get out of the way here. All right. I don't see you. Let me park over
Whip
here.
Up Wishes says, hey y'all.
Hey.
Ben Mom 2024 says I wouldn't fix it again, John, if I were you. 903 Print Guy says flame broiled too.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix this.
Tammy 9588 says, oh babe, I've just been typing messages again and again and again on YT just to mess with you.
Seriously?
Boy Mom 1322 says it may be 10 times before it works law.
So is
Big Dave BCTX says it's like talking to grandma all over again.
Is it working?
Say it 3 times till she gets it.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna test it my own self. Now I don't know if you guys are playing with me or not.
Van Mom 2024 says ha ha ha. White Noise Studio 86 says the BK Lounge.
423, did you want me to hold off on confirming or wait? I'm not, I don't see anything so far.
You can see if they want to confirm.
You're on 11.
Jonathan Heinrich says test. Jonathan Heinrich says test. Jonathan Heinrich says test. Kent Hornberger says test. Kent Hornberger says test. Kent Hornberger says test. 903 Print Guy says C. Home of the Whopper. Michael W221 says little baby, do you want a cookie from Papa? BC Scanner says test. BC Scanner says test. BC Scanner says test. Big K says test. Big K says test.
All right, guys,
Big
I'm
K
rebooting.
says test.
I'm rebooting
Peach
text to
1380
speech.
says I'm going to start typing the same. 271 says when I have legal problems I call 1-800 John Gray.
No, I'm not a lawyer.
Big Dave BCTX says wow.
I'm gonna reboot the text to speech, guys. Give me a second.
You got 3 phones?
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You need a secretary, dude.
It's tough.
Need somebody to hold the phone for you.
I have no room. Alright, guys. Text to speech is not going to work for a second.
What's that on YouTube?
Negative. Shows no recorded bond.
No bond. What do you got no bond for? Alright, guys. Text to speech is not going to work.
I'm just waiting for my bride to clear scene. I'll be clear as well.
Turn me down.
Something this way.
You got a case up here.
46 minutes progression school.
Clear.
Where's the $9 phone order?
Right here.
33. Is there a bond amount on it?
Alright. I think I fixed it.
Okay.
Try one more time.
5415 shows unit clear call back and service.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's 4 phones.
BC Scanner says test.
I'm just waiting for my bride to clear scene. I'll be clear.
Alright, man. I gotta get to work. Good to see you, man.
Can they hear me?
Yeah. They can hear you.
So I see you in the 5-0 with the top down.
There you go.
Something this way.
Alright, man. We'll see you later. Thank you so much. There you go. Have a good one, man. We'll see you out and about.
Don't run me over.
I wouldn't run you over. That'd be a dick
Tell
move.
him to say hi to Texas, buddy.
Say hi.
Pamela
Everybody say hi to
Jackson
Texas.
says is it fixed?
I think so.
903 Print Guy says the zesty sauce for the onion rings too. South Detroit says cool, we're at Burger King. John, you can have it your way there.
There you go. There's
Kent
Texas.
Hornberger says test.
Alright. We gotta get back to work. Alright, man. We'll see you.
Michael W221 says hey Texas Beast. Boy Mom 1322 says hi.
007.
Parking lot of where?
Lenabement says hi Texan Beast. Bandmom 2024 says I'll G take me some mozzarella sticks.
Oh my god.
Joanne 8770 says hey John.
Hey.
Texan Beast 2025 says hi Trunkies and Pearl.
Oh come on, I'm trying. What are you doing,
Peppers
man?
1 says hey hey.
What are you doing? Please get the hell out of my way.
Chevy, parking lot of Hazel's.
Parking lot. Okay. All right, please take your time. I'll wait. I don't know how that reconnects all those times. All right, let's go. All right. All that to go to McDonald's.
Just for information, everything's been 4 out here. What was forced open by the residents here
Do you
to
think
the
that's
child
what
locking
they're doing?
the upper lock on it. So everything's been 4 here.
Someone shot the upper lock on it? Doesn't sound like it's 10-4.
I was from West Base, 304, 2 hours gas, 7.2.
Texan Beast 2025 says remember camera adds 10 pounds to the cam. I'm not really.
Roger 5, listen for West Base.
903 print guy says that's what I do LOL.
But
I don't need a return. All right, I'm going to this stop up here at Hazel's, but he just said I don't need a return, which is unusual. It's the same cop that was changing that tire a minute ago.
Texan Beast 2025 says welcome to the Pam and John show. BC scanner says testing.
Okay, that's going to happen twice. Headphone warning, headphone warning.
please check for me. My soda out lift assist.
Lift
At
assist.
100 detected. My patient for
What 6,469 says ouch my ears. Country Boy 23,123 says headphone warning.
Yeah.
What's the bathroom? Alarm? No, what's the alarm?
Joanne 8,775 says we have been forgetting about our mascot Gilbert. B Galvin 1212 says headphone warning.
Please check for me. My soda out lift assist. At 100 connected. Plantation 4. Unit number 117.
Kazzy's my dog Bill says how is Mr. Gilbert. B Galvin 1212 says red light.
Yeah, I think he. I don't know
Dashing
why.
Dasher TX says that made my ears ring so bad it made me sneeze.
Alright, so the truck just left, and he's already back in on that stop. That's him over there. I think we got slowed down by the people at Burger King.
So I guess you're out to 1024 West Broad, that's 3-Star Food Mart, 1024 West Broad, 3-Star Food Mart. Caller states that a white female and a white male stole from the store and has the video. So they're fixing to drop 715, he's being to file a report.
Hello, telephone pole.
Texan Beast 2025 says it's all my fault.
724.
271 says all
No.
new clients to John Gray. Use code Junkies to get 2% discount.
That call dropped when you were leaving. It was that person who took forever getting out of the parking lot. It doesn't matter. It didn't escalate, right? They didn't need us.
So I get to route to 1024 West Broad, that's 3-star Food Mart. 1024 West Broad, 3-star Food Mart. Caller states that a white female and a white male stole from the store, and he has the video. The death took place around 7:15. He's needing to file a report.
Yeah, Gilbert is no more with us. Now I'm officially not a pet owner.
Jazzy's my dog. Bill says so. Sorry.
No problem. You didn't know.
5545, 5546, checking welfare. Clear.
Texan Beast 2025 says, oh, it's all good. I just wanted my 10 seconds of fame on the cam wall and to see my favorite John.
There you go.
Like 2, we're on scene, talking to the patient. We'll refuse them.
Someone stole something from the, what is it, 5-star?
Somebody inside the store. Alarm still actively going off. Front door secure. We try to contact key holder and let them know, please.
Carrie Shearer says, hi John, Pam, and Trunkus.
Hello to you.
Dingerwich 1111 says, so the next did that needs a joke John is taking home. You heard it here.
No.
B606 504 traffic.
Nope.
Good.
One being north to westbound, 332 near 288B. License plate Sam X-ray Victor 0004.
Dingerwich 1111 says I can't spell. The next dog that needs a home John is taking home.
I knew what you meant. No. We're too busy between kids and my streaming, and we're just so busy. Being a pet owner is a lot of responsibility. And I don't like the sadness that comes with pets when they don't make it.
Recess of 1405 traffic.
Good.
It's actually Wilson Road and Old Main Street on William Henry William 1154 White.
Clear.
You can go ahead and clear this
Why are you over there?
information.
Is that Oyster Creek all the way there?
Bayou Preppers 1 says I am doing a breathing treatment. Data Dominatrix says hi everyone.
Hello to you.
2504.
Go ahead.
Called twice and got voicemail, but his official and it hangs up, and he has no other contact for the address besides himself.
That's clear. You can go ahead and clear this information.
That's good.
Hopefully that looks better.
Dashing Dasher TX says nope, missed a spot.
Okay, let me do it again.
BCSO 4202, show me off duty.
Because the top's down, every time I do that, I get wet. Don't say that's what she said. I know somebody's going to say it. I already know you guys.
Dashing Dasher TX says damn spot is still their law. What 6469 says that's what she said.
I knew it was coming.
Christopher says ha ha ha. Christ Gamer says LMAO.
I beat you
Game
to it.
_ Rage Zone says that's what they both said. Filipino TV says well now I got it, that's what she said. Boy Mom 1322 says definitely is what she said law.
So I don't know that one.
Big Dave BCTX says that's what I said she said. Mets 12 says how's it going tonight?
Going wonderful.
Okay.
How are you?
Now, 60 report shows clear the scene. One patient refusal AMA. Okay.
Mets 12 says not to shabby got any big plans for Memorial Day.
You're watching them. I'm going to spend all Memorial Day fixing $9 phone holder.
Live Life 4 Fun 20 says just resub.
Thank you so much. How we doing on our sub goal, guys? What's the number?
Mets 12 says that's what we like to see, especially when you have perfect stops.
I'm a law-abiding statist.
Live Life 4 Fun 20 says BC, has it been a busy night?
Not really.
The Nathan says 750.
5536.
There we go.
36 1.
No, on music. I'm showing you out to 6505 Disturbance.
Kyle Lasek says what state city?
We're in Brazoria County, Texas. We're about 50 miles south of...
Fine by now, the service for weather.
Right on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
That's what BC stands for. I didn't want to make everybody spell Brazoria County. I don't think many people would get it right.
Live Life 4 Fun 20 says had to resub so I didn't have to watch the ads.
Well, thank you so much.
Live Life 4 Fun 20 says ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what DC scanner streams. Big Dave BCTX says works are muted.
Okay, I'll fix that in just a second.
Well, I'm Livingston Muni Rendezvous with EMS for a skimmy.
I might have it on the wrong scene.
Brandon Mitchell says stay safe out there, John.
Will do. I'll work on the blurbs next time we stop.
BCSO 65.
And they still have problems with that trailer.
Up here. He's trying to circle back around. She won't following. He's going back to the residence. He's going to be in a black RAV4.
That's 6. Pretty patient.
6 will take care of it.
Borelli 420 says here piggers. Boba Fett 271 says Shamrock 1 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 Shamrock 1.
Thank you.
Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 10 bits.
Thank you so much. Alright, going past the license plate reader at Freeport. I'll take care of blurps in just a second.
Traffic.
Alright, try them now. I just turned the volume up. Probably too loud now.
William Boy Lincoln 1282.
Borelli 420 says cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements says Borelli 420 just cheer 10 bits.
Thank you so much for the
Bayou
10 bits.
Preppers 1 says sup.
Sup, Bayou?
There.
Boba Fett 271 says party 1 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 party 1. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 10 bits.
10 bits. Thank you. Boba Fett.
William Boy Lincoln 1282. William Boy Lincoln 1282. Silver
Stream Elements
SUV
says thank you for following
100 block.
SPD for you.
Southbrook.
Jaded Venus 336 says good evening John.
Good evening.
Big Dave BCTX says still muted. Peach 1380 says John hope you got oil for your car.
I did. I got it.
Bayou Preppers 1 says I just gave my face a milk bath. My face is swollen and burning. Kim Turner 88 says are we on way to call John?
No, I'm
The Dead Skeleton Show
searching.
says HAAAAAAAYYYYYY.
The Dead Skeleton Show is here.
457.
Welcome in.
Can you give me a call when you get a chance? Yes, sir. I think 504 clear, copy deal.
Okay.
Peach 1380 says okay good. I try to help when I can.
005781.
I have a feeling that was the white man with the ladder.
About
Driving much
underscore
better
Chris
now.
says howdy John. Ham and Trunkies.
That was the white van with the ladder. They're driving way better now. 332 East Service Road.
Our underscore guy 936
call
says
when
find
you get
any
in.
Nazi yet.
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Clear for train.
Go ahead. 44005781. 44005781. Last name Akuosa.
Black non-Hispanic male, date of birth 1-8-2001. 128-1985 out of Houston is eligible. Class D expires 3/31/2032. 28 on William Boy Lincoln 1282. A 2017 Lexus expires December of 2025. Insurance confirmed year 29.
Country Boy 23,123 says, I guess we gonna have to shut the road down, John.
Let's do it.
B Galvin 1212 says no blurb sound.
I know. I see. Save your channel points here. I'll turn the save your channel points, guys.
2025 says don't get out, it's a trick.
Save your channel points.
Black, non-Hispanic male, date of birth 128-1985 out of Houston is eligible. Class D expires 3/31/2032. 28 on William Boy Lincoln 1282. A 2017 Lexus expires December of 2025. Insurance confirmed year 29.
Squirrelli 420 says, John,
Victor
remember
X-ray
walking is a
George
crime now.
6801.
This is film police,
Right.
unless
right.
you're a bootlicker.
Right. Yeah, that's the only time it is okay. We wrote a song about it actually here.
We feel 4260. Show me off duty.
Yeah, I saw the final tally for that weekend. The rest was 270. What they don't tell you is it's 270
Hugh
complete
Turner
bullshit
88
arrests.
says, where are we off, John?
And there was only 32 felonies. So the rest of the people were all arrested for bullshit Class C stuff, and they're proud of that. And the bootlickers are celebrating that. And they shut.
1380 says Corey Smith has the best song.
I can't play music right now because we're on YouTube, but I know what song you're talking about. Yes, very good song. Yeah, 270 arrests.
First name's going to be Suresh. That's Sam.
And the
Union
mainstream
Robert.
media
Edward, Sam.
picked up the spin and just went right along with it.
Ajax says walking on the right side of the road. Yes, we are walking on the right side of the road. B Galvin 1212 says
7304-240-3 and 762 to Livingston Union.
says 2 men 1 tray was crazy.
Show me up. Right, 7 heavy lifting for Livingston.
Peach 1380 says, oh I know. Just love Corey Smith.
Yep. Yeah, he's good.
Take up one by name and date of birth.
Country Boy 23,123 says at least they don't use C notes.
Right. Let's go see what Angle thinks we do.
First name's going to be Suresh. That's Sam, Union Robert, Edward, Sam, Henry. Also is going to be below street. We Ida, Lincoln, Ocean, Charles, Henry, Ida. Going to be the storm.
What's the real for Marchand?
Rodella is clear and valid. Confirmed on 2400.
Games Exposure says, do you still pick up drunk people?
Yes. If they need a ride, yes, I do. I'm driving around every night, so even after the one time the drunk dude puked in my car.
Dashing Dasher TX says we also Uber baby.
Yeah, we Ubered a baby.
Rodella is clear and valid. Insurance is confirmed on a 2400 Civic.
Country Boy 23,123 says it's time to shut the road down, then maybe they will be happy. L. Davis 95 says someone puked in your car.
Yeah.
Might be over with. Cease to exist.
Yeah, no, it was not fun. Luckily, it was just on the outside of the door, kind of, or in the door frame, so it's fairly easy to clean. But I'm driving around every night anyway, so my number's clearly available to the community, so they know how to call me if they need a ride.
Several will be a ground contact for this. So then you're going to be talking to Livingston Sire or on BMed 28.
Scorelli 420 says I'd have made them clean it.
They couldn't even walk, so they weren't going to be able that effective at cleaning.
Games Exposure says lol vomit in car that gross lol. Have you ever thought about buying an ex-cop car lol? I see some cop watchers do, or stringers, whatever you call them.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, hey John, is the road busy today?
It is, the road is busy.
Clear.
I think the later we go, the worse it's going to get.
This 454,
Tony de Almeida 3 says, where is Arlington? Why are they hiding?
That's good. The subject from Studio 6 has a statement written. That was issued with primary on that call.
The brand OJ says, please.
This 454, 457 is busy with Sergeant. Can I take the call? That's good. The subject from Studio 6 has a statement written. That was issued with primary on that call.
Oh, has a statement written, okay.
That'll be me. I'll be en route. Okay.
Squirrelli 420 says, have a great night, John and Chattis.
You too.
Unfortunate. Good. I have a call holding. Go ahead.
School, I'll get my weapon.
715 West 2nd, 715 West 2nd for suspicious circumstance.
Under 11, we have call back to service.
Strange subject walking through her backyard.
Okay.
Gonna be, the neighbor's gonna be having people in and out of his home.
715 West 2nd.
Taking people in. The subject wearing a white shirt with a backpack. She thinks
King Cobra says, do you hate cops?
She doesn't want the area to
No
be
way.
controlled.
I don't hate anybody. I couldn't do this out of hate.
Kim Crafting with Pub says, hello everyone.
I do hate the entire system, though. I hate the entire system. I don't hate anybody.
I'm gonna have the subject for that theft just show up at the store here.
Ooh, we should have went to that call. I hate the entire system, and I hate bad cops. If you like bad cops, you're in the wrong stream. If you hate bad cops, hang out.
I'll be in Rochester.
Good.
Alright, so shit just started getting real.
I have a call holding.
Should have never left.
Go ahead.
Kim Crafting with Pub says, we
715
heading
West
to a
2nd,
call.
715 West 2nd for suspicious circumstance. Gonna be a strange subject walking through her backyard. Gonna be, the neighbor's gonna be having people in and out of his home. As if he's taking people in. The subject wearing a white shirt with a backpack. She thinks he might be behind the shed. She
Here was the area to be patrolled.
Alright, so remember thanks for watching. So remember earlier when
Station loaded.
we heard the call about the 5-star, there was someone stealing?
I have the subject for that theft just showed up at the store here.
Well, he just showed up.
19.
You came back.
80385269, repeating 8038 5269.
The dead skeleton show says.
23,123
says where is that car?
It's in Freeport. We're going.
Okay. Return.
Just advise me there.
KY Girl Stephanie says on the I need a sub. I hope I can sub soon.
Dispatching, copy, Texas ID. 0385269, repeating 8038 5269.
For tonight, I think that the contact wasn't able to show me right now.
What do you not like about cops or the system?
Everything about it. It's basically just
19 return.
it's all about revenue. It has nothing to do with protecting and serving.
Right, clear.
Let me wait till the wind comes on. I answer all the things.
1014.
Qualified immunity. The harassment.
23,123 says, do you wear the collar in the location?
Yes.
19 John, that's going to be, it is ID card only, but he is going to be clear local.
That's clear.
I could go on and on if you want me to. The system right now is just basically set up to keep the poor, keep the poor in their place. Traffic laws are only punishment for poor people, all of that. They can kill me, say they were scared and get away with it. So I have several problems.
23,123 says we hate when they use C-notes in. That right, John?
The endless police reports with lies on them. The endless amount of cops that get on the stand and lie their asses off. Other than that, I guess it's okay. It has nothing to do with serving and protecting. It only has to do with revenue. I was at Walmart today, I had some amount of faith. I was at Walmart today and I was just sitting there. You know how you park to pick up your groceries, right? And I see a cop is in this back alley. I'm thinking, I looked over there and said, what are you doing over there? I just sat back and watched. I'm getting my groceries. I'm not actively cop watching. And there was a bunch of stuff in the alley. I couldn't see what he was doing. And then all of a sudden I saw him go back to his car. And he comes back with a cup. And I saw him give what appeared to be a homeless guy a drink. And I was actually pretty impressed that he did that. And I actually told him, I stopped him and I said, hey, good job. Because that guy was doing the right thing even when Nobody was watching. It was just him and the guy in the alley. I don't make videos about good cops anymore because the last time I did, they ended up firing them. So I can't say, oh, I will say it was Lake Jackson that did it. But every time I've made a video about good cops, they fire them.
Shakespeare says awesome.
But I actually stopped them. Said good job. Usually what happens is they harass them and
Country Boy 23,123 says I know why Clute use C notes because they think it pisses John off, but it's childish when they use C notes.
It just shows, I mean, my job is to show police corruption, right? It shows it. They look silly. They don't even realize how silly they look. Basically, most of our laws, I mean, just because some politicians, and I saw this, I didn't write this. I saw it on a video the other day, but it really made a lot of sense. He said, just because some politicians scribble some stuff on paper and they call it laws, I guess you're going into Buc-ee's, I'll go around you, doesn't mean that morality doesn't
King Cobra
exist.
says, have you ever watched Live on Patrol?
I don't watch that crap. I don't watch that crap. Doesn't mean morality doesn't exist. And when we take people and we put them in a cage because they're poor, something's fucked up. I know my opinions are not very popular. Those are my opinions. This is my show.
Flint's_991 says hello everyone.
Hello.
Jim88 says yes, all politicians don't stick to law.
Right, that's all. Never mind, I don't want to get on the topic. I don't think there's any difference between a left master and a right master. It's just a bunch of BS that is used to keep the sheep distracted.
King Cobra says, but have you ever seen it before or not? If though what you think about Bob and Pat?
I haven't watched it. I'm assuming you're talking about Live PD or Live Patrol, but I just don't watch it. It's usually...
3,123 says preach it, John.
It's not reality. It's not reality.
10-827-9510.
It's just, those shows are usually nothing but red meat for...
153 East Base, 153 Space 1, check statement.
Red meat for bootlickers. That's all it is. They should have just followed the laws. Right? It's just not my cup of tea. Like, go back, after watching my show, I challenge you to watch an episode of Cops. You're not going to see, if you watch
the brand
me,
OJ says serve and arrest more like it.
Yeah, if you watch me and you watch Cops, you're going to see exactly what bullshit it is. Like, I tried the other day, I was like, man, this is so bad. This is so bad. And people are celebrating in Galveston right now. People are celebrating 270 arrests for no seatbelts, for registration, for walking on the right side of the road. They gladly gave up all their Fourth Amendment rights to do a checkpoint in the name of safety. Where they arrested.
Stephanie said that.
Thank you for watching the ads. They're celebrating that. Like, people are actually happy that that happened. I think it's one of the sickest things I've seen done.
Chris says, do you think this is isolated to your area or a plague across the country?
I'm telling you the story of policing in America in 3 little towns.
Second driver's license is going to be 51.
I'm telling the story of policing in America in 3. I think it's all over. Any town. Just say any town, USA. Any town, USA.
Country Boy 23,123 says just like they was arrested people over stupid seat belts, that shows how childs they are.
Right.
Live Life for Fun 20 says, ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what BC scanner streams. The brand OJ says it's encampment to say the least. King Cobra says Live on Patrol is not a show, but I highly recommend for you to check their two cops that been in job for 20 plus years, and it's interesting to watch. It's on YT, just search up Live on Patrol.
Okay, yeah, when you make videos, you rarely have time to watch them. So, this store traditionally has the loudest PA system ever. So, we'll probably have to mute YouTube. I'll try it, but maybe they turn the music down. I'm going to do excellent parking here.
William Robert Ida George. Date of birth 82904.
I don't hear it so far. Carson Park.
That's clear. Is that subject going to be clear?
How you doing, man? Very good. I'm here for you, man.
For me?
Yeah, I record cops for the people. Just to make sure that they learn their rights, learn to be quiet. Good.
Drop in, get his call for his location.
Joanne72 says next month I will have to sub under both my Twitch account.
Hey, can I give you a hug, man?
Sure, man.
Oh, for real? That's what's up, man.
All right.
There's a dude out here. It feels like he's protecting you, man.
She's going to the other call that he's reporting. I don't know the address. Yeah, this is the same place the accident was last night. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally closed the app. You guys should be back. We're back. All right, so this is the guy came back to the store who stole earlier.
Jaded Venus 336 says we back.
We're back, yeah.
2416 says 1. Kim Turner 88 says yay or BK.
Yeah, I closed the app accidentally.
Be advised, 24 will be standing by.
Big Dave BCTX says thought it was a long blink.
No.
Joanne 72.
Where do you want to go?
627 West 5th Street.
Tony Down.
Getting directions to 620.
Melanie Syop 1784 says which one stole. Hajack says fuck the police. They are not here for you or me. They are tyrants doing master's work all because some smut thought it was a good idea to make up some random so-called law. Kakasper says it's okay. Shit happens.
With his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is going to be distraught at the house. I'll hang around to that location.
36 second service, assist only.
Austin powered myself. Hold on. I need to hear that
Life
address.
4Fun20 says, did we find it?
I'll be around to 627 West 5th Street, 627 West 5th Street. This complainant here is advising that he got into a verbal with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is going to be distraught at the house. I'll hang around to that location to make
says, I agree,
contact
fuck the police, they're not your friends.
Alright, if you guys saw the other guy walk up on the scene, he reported that. And we're on our way there. Some lady's destroying their house. It's her house, I guess.
Ross 2K19 says snitch.
I don't know. That's why I kind of backed off, because we had two things going on at the same time.
Be advised, 24 will be standing by at their start with the others.
Tony Almeida 3 says that's not good. Big Dave BCTX says it's her house.
Looks like we're delayed. Yeah, that's what I said. It's her house. She wants to tear it up, she can.
Kim Turner 88 says snitches get stitches.
I think
Big Dave BCTX says, or is it?
I think we're going to be delayed by train, but I think everybody is at this point. So, I think we're right behind them. Due to a train.
DeQuanalicia says, OMG, just seen you from my porch.
Alright, so we're not going to be late to the call. Uh-oh. She wants to go backwards. She's going to go around it.
Bradley 25 says, what, did I miss? My phone died long. Bio Preppers 1 says, sorry, what, did I miss? My mom called me. Tammy Hayes 811 says, there's no train on 2nd Street, it goes on overpass. Tony de Almeida 3 says, damn it, the train.
I'm in our way.
Station Hopper 28. Is that clear? 7 Med Caribbean. Go ahead. Flight number 3508, 3508. 5-year-old male, 102 kilos, intracranial hemorrhage. JCS is 3, intubated. Blood pressure is 113 over 52. Heart rate 81, respiration 16 on event. O2 test 95%. 7 outline, 2 peripherals, cardiac drip. It's going to be an OR recovery. I think it's left when they just put the drain. Going to HCA.
Aiden Morgan underscore says that real high-pitched squeal over the radio. What does that generally mean?
EMS tones.
Big Dave BCTX says John en route to potential disturbance call. Female destroying her or her and boyfriend's home.
Allegedly. Allegedly. Just so you know. I want to state
Jaden
that.
Morgan underscore says, ah, gotcha.
Allegedly. Okay, oh hell. Oh hell, alright, alright, alright. We're living on the edge. Think, is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? If she goes, do I go?
Tony de Almeida 3 says good stop.
She's got fancy lights. I don't have fancy lights. Should I go for it, guys? Don't try this at home. I am a trained professional.
Kim Turner 88 says absolutely not. Bradley 25 says he. Pammy 9588 says I hate this idea.
Can you advise me to caution him before?
Don't try that at home. I am a trained professional.
0827.
Bobasek 271 says punch it Chewy. The Flash says I saw nothing.
Is this 6th Street?
Aras 2K19 says he's a trained professional. Bradley 25 says that was a tough decision, but it happened fast lol as Trunkies were just hanging on. Ajax says too late now anyway.
Yeah, what's done is done, right?
23, I'll be adding that.
Car's in park. I'm gonna turn you guys down so we can hear.
Kim Turner 88.
North Henry Way. I'm dressing too far. North Henry Way. Place up on
That's it.
Everything. You let guys know that caution straight sign under the was damaged by their vehicle.
Car's running. The train can move, I agree. You guys want me to mute the audio? Is it that bad? I could mute it. All right. So the weird thing is the car is actually on. Well, the lights are on. Does that mean it's on? I don't know. Depends on if they just got out 2 minutes ago. All right, we got another unit pulling up here. I got my top down, some guy by my car. Make sure he's not, I gotta make sure my car's turned off. How you guys doing? Doing good. Forgot to turn off my car. Not sure. I'll tell you in a minute. Car's turned off. Top's down. I'm a sitting duck, but oh, that would drive me. Imagine if you lived there. How mad would you be? I'd be out there every night trying to figure out how to disable it. I know that would be a crime. They're reloading. I think they're going to call this. If she doesn't answer the door, there's nothing they can do, right? Let me get out of the way. Sorry, I can't do anything about the loud bell sound behind us, guys. Alright, the lights just went off on the car. Nope, they're still on. They're still on.
Mr. John.
How are you, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. We done here?
Yeah, we're done.
Alright.
Says light in room gone off.
Well, if they don't answer the door, there's absolutely nothing they can do, right? So, she's under no obligation to answer the door. Just a disturbance. Everything's good.
Michael W. 221 says, is that cupcakes?
Yeah.
Carrie
No,
S
no, it
says
wasn't.
no
How you doing,
1W
man?
home, and car headlights still on. Lil Miss Lauren says no.
No, she doesn't know what obligation to answer the door for anybody, guys.
What happened, John?
Allegedly someone was mad.
Brandon Mitchell
breaking
says
stuff
a
in their
police
house.
officer pulled me over and
It's
said,
fine, but
papers.
it's
I
fine.
said,
We're breaking stuff
scissors,
in the house.
I win, and drove
It's her
off.
house, right?
He must have wanted a rematch because he has been chasing me for 45 minutes.
The train is just stuck there.
Dioxin underscore
It was a pain in the ass.
underscore
I'd go all the way
says,
around and
"I
back.
ate a whole jar of pickles."
Okay, I thought it was still a problem with the train.
No. No problem with the train. It's at another location.
Oh, okay.
All right, man. We'll see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. You be careful.
Always. I would never do anything unsafe.
Page is not freedom on Facebook or what?
Yeah, it's free. I'm on
Lil Miss
Twitch.
Lauren says no, he was at 3-star a minute ago.
I'm on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, and Kick, and Facebook. No, I don't do live streams on Facebook anymore.
Wow.
Because
You got to put a stop to it.
no, they don't. They keep giving me violations. People keep stealing my videos, and I just had all kinds of problems. So you can watch me right now on 3 different platforms.
Will Ben 15 says hey y'all.
Kick, and then Twitch is the one I'm usually on every night, and YouTube. Yep, BC Scanner on all platforms.
Oh, okay.
So, all right, man.
Here we go.
Always. All right, let's turn the scanner on and get
Will
back to
Ben 15 says that train needs a ticket.
I say yes, give him a ticket. I don't know for what, but for something. For ruining my video. I think it kind of added something to it, actually. Yeah, so. Don't try what I did. Don't try that in your area. You can.
Will Ben 15 says he is being too loud. Claston 72 says hello John, how are you doing tonight?
Wonderful. Thank you for
Shaggy
asking.
Stoner 4994 says that train probably doesn't even have anyone on it. Dioxin underscore says that train conductor needs to stop resisting. BioPreppers 1 says city ordinance is way too loud. Live Life 4 Fun 20 says obstructing traffic.
There you go. So basically, they're just loading and offloading cars right here. Because if you look in the background, you see the chemical plants. That's what they're doing, is they're picking up chemicals and shit from the plants. There's also the port of Freeport is around the corner. So it could be either of those two things. I'll go around this time.
Will Ben 15 says oh.
But that's why I did that. Don't
Dioxin
actually...
underscore says maybe they're checking the train conductor for ID at the checkpoint.
He probably has it. So this is what we should have actually done. So if you'll notice up here, there's an overpass right here. So we could have actually gone here and probably is what I should have done. It might have been a little
Bradley25
safer.
says, well, everyone looks like I'm not going to be able to make it to the interview Tuesday after all. But it is what it is.
So that's what we should have done, actually. It's gone down here to that. So that was related to the last call we did.
Brandon Mitchell says donuts used to be square. They cut the corners off for officer safety.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says I've drove a train before.
Have you? Like a train engineer? Did you have like the cool hat and everything? Is that really a thing? The cool hats with the stripes on them or whatever? Do they really wear those?
Whipped Up Wishes says took my son to see Lilo and Stitch today.
How was it?
It was cute and he liked it. He's almost 9 years old.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Pammy 9588 says my papa was a train conductor.
Did he have the hat? Does anybody even know the hat I'm talking about? Or is it overalls? It's overalls they wear. I don't know. What do I know?
Pammy 9588 says, and yes, back then he wore the stripes.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says, like an actual 10,000 foot freight train. Will Ben 15 says, I love trains.
100 block North Brooks on Texas. Lincoln Victor.
Kazzy's my dog, Joe says overalls and hats.
Yeah, that's
Tim Turner 88 says ours wear hats.
Alright, so Twisters is, hold on, we're passing by.
Joanne 72 says striped conductor had Lou.
Twisters is kind of full. I've seen it way busier. Let's check Sitting Bull, we have that coming up.
Bradley 25 says back in the day, yes they used to. But nowadays it's t-shirt, pants, and normal PPE.
Oh man. Alright, Sitting Bull is completely empty, only one car there. But I did see earlier where pretty much, it looks like everybody, most of the people are at. I'll show you that in a minute. They're at that, the lounge.
Bradley 25 says Twisters is having a Memorial Day pool tournament today. I'm not sure if it's still going on though. Whipped Up Wishes says, are you taking tomorrow off since you are on tonight?
No. I don't think I'm taking any days off. I'm real far behind.
Dashing Dasher TX says, is it a ladder with a white band?
No, I saw him
Shaggy
leave.
Stoner 4994 says, my mom was a conductor and my dad was an engineer. So one trip they worked together and my dad let me run the train for over 100 miles.
Dang. That's pretty cool. Did you just sit there, or did you have to speed it up and slow it down and all that stuff? Also, I heard stopping's an issue with those things.
The Dead Skeleton Show says, my dad sold freight train wheels. That's my train connection.
Ah. Alright guys, I need everyone on their best behavior.
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says, I had to blow the whistle, had to slow down in towns and had to set the air when we stopped.
Oh.
Pammy 9588 says, define best. Whipped Up Wishes says, my grandpa was a pallbearer in the military for Roosevelt and rode the train from God at his funeral to protect his body.
I didn't realize we had so much train history in the chat.
Dashing Dasher TX says, behavior. That's not a word in my vocabulary. Game_Rage Zone says, the only train thing I know is that they've been derailed before.
That's right. Alright guys, the best behavior everybody.
Whipped Up Wishes says he was on the cover of Time magazine. Super cool.
That is pretty cool. You're welcome.
Bradley 25 says parking is a 10 John.
Thank you so much.
Melanie Syop 1784 says you need another drink, John.
Yes.
Dashing Dasher TX says best embarrassing statements. Got it.
27 on 81551
Joanne 72 says everyone watch out. John tends to backfire when he goes in stores.
28 on Collins and Victor, 9757, 24 Honda expired November 2025 at
The Dead Skeleton Show says I get thrown off when John isn't wearing the boots.
How you doing, man?
Is that it?
That's it. Big sale of the day.
278.
Thank you, man.
Welcome to Becky's.
Angie416 says he has us locked in the trunk. Savage Girl 267 says, hey everyone, has it been busy tonight? Matthew Barron 78 says at BC Scanner, don't forget my t-shirt.
Alright, got you.
Hey Jack says I love Bus C Juice. Boba Fett 271 says I don't care how much candy you have, I'm not doing it again.
Let me throw this old drink away. Give me a second, let me get organized real quick.
Bayou Preppers 1 says my daughter's-in-law just her picture in the paper for being the best waitress in BC.
Look at that.
The Dead Skeleton Show says
210 traffic.
Dashing Dasher TX says welcome in.
You guys see what I did with the voice phone now? I don't have to hold it anymore. It's so much nicer. $2 made a big difference. But that's how much it cost me to get the phone lanyard. Before I was carrying two
Big
phones.
Dave BCTX says y'all don't tell him.
What? What did y'all say? What did I do? Before I was carrying two phones all the time. And now I don't have to anymore.
says someone farted back here. Can you crack the trunk?
Oh, okay. Yeah, good idea.
Big Dave BCTX says nothing. Nothing at all. Dashing Dasher TX says shush.
Alright. Y'all are adding stuff, which y'all know I don't read. And doesn't come out over a speaker, but I don't have time. I know y'all are plotting something. I know y'all are plotting something.
Bayou Preppers 1 says I told you those bags come in handy. Stream Element says Scooby Snacks _ just subscribed for 4 months in a row.
Scooby Snacks, thank you for the subscription. 4 months. Thank you so much.
Dashing Dasher TX says he's listening. Don't be suspicious. Stream Element says thank you for following Feisty Lady 53.
Thank you. YouTube, is your voices working? Am I able to hear you guys? Give me ones in the chat on YouTube if you can hear me okay.
Jonathan Heinrich says we are here.
All right.
Bayou Preppers 1 says 5 by 5.
All right, good.
Jonathan Heinrich says 1.
Very good.
Matthew Barron 78 says 1.
Yeah, so I use the, some people have said that text-to-speech gets annoying, but there's no way I can look at chat and drive down the road. So this is what I came up with to do it safely, so that it's not a crime. But
23 says 1.
The camera's just mounted on the dashboard. It's like I'm having a hands-free conversation, right?
24
occurring July
The people, everybody else is safer. I'm safer. And I do turn the voices down when we get on scene because the most important thing is capturing the audio and video from the scene itself. Without that, it's pointless. So most of the times I turn you guys down. Most of the times.
Scooby Snacks _ says it's only a crime if you get caught, John.
When you're live, when you're streaming to 200 people, it's very easy to get caught. So, how many people are watching on Twitch?
Dashing Dasher TX says I want it to change voices like it did on the Tiki Taka.
You know, you think though, you think you do, but this is, at least it's way easier for to understand. Some of those voices were just crazy, hard to understand.
Hammy 9588 says sometimes this chat be snitches too. Lol. Kim Turner 88 says I would turn this down. Sometimes we need reining in.
Yeah, no, I obviously when we're on scene, when we're on scene, my job is to get the audio and video, or it's pointless.
Bio Preppers 1 says, what's our 20, John?
We're going back into Clue.
Joanne72 says 199 people.
199 people, so 200 people, I was right, I guessed. Yeah, when we're streaming to 200 people, trust me, there's at least one cop in there.
Bio Preppers 1 says KKTY. Game _ Rage Zone says 200.
There we go. That's just like hands-free, right?
Kim Turner 88 says John, is the counter broke? It said 760 subs and now 732.
It'll do that because when subscriptions run out, it's pretty accurate. It shouldn't be. That's what we have, 732. Hey, you know what? 732 subscribers is absolutely amazing. You guys realize that, right? That's absolutely amazing. Especially for the short time we've been on Twitch. We made Twitch partner in how long? I think we're still kicking ass. That number's gonna fluctuate like that, so. I'm gonna open my monster.
Joanne72 says if there is a popo in chat, I need a favor. This girl needs a fast motor for my Mario Kart. 903 print guy says great grow on here.
I think we're doing wonderful. I was getting discouraged, but I'm not. I'm just gonna keep going. Keep going, guys.
Kim Turner 88 says no, but it wouldn't run out in 20 minutes though. 903 print guy says growth. Vegas _ locals says what did you say 100,000 view hours?
Yeah, what?
Hammy 9588 says babe, I watch people with like 10,000 followers and only 200 subs.
Oh.
You are doing great.
There we go. Yeah, so the other thing is we have 1 million watch minutes a month. The other thing that's very unusual,
Bio Preppers 1 says never give up.
The other thing that's very unusual is the amount of replays our VODs get. Like, I don't see anybody get that many replays on VODs. Like 100,000 replays on VODs. So people are actually watching the stream the next day. And now my plan is to multi-stream on YouTube and Kit too, so you guys can pick your platform.
Vegas _ locals says 1 million view hours is insane. John and Pam, congratulations.
Did you see my
Shaggy Stoner 4994 says the huge community is great, but a loyal community is what you need.
That's what we're working on. Look at my TikTok video I just put out today. Like, it's not me making it up. The numbers are astronomical.
Kim Turner 88 says I love watching next day.
Yeah, you can just fast forward to the lights, right? You don't have to listen to me run my mouth all night.
KY Girl Stephanie says I'll sub when I can.
Well,
hey Jack says I watched a vodka this morning because I couldn't wait on you to go live.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Bayou Preppers 1 says I watch the stream in the morning.
Really? Okay. Yeah, the VOD replays are just silly. Yeah, if you look at my TikTok, I put the stats on there today.
Joanne72 says if I miss part of the live, I go back the next day and watch the whole thing.
Oh, there you go. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to put on the defrost so you guys can see. How about that?
Tim Turner 88 says I watch during day cause I'm sometimes asleep when you're live. Game_Rage Zone says after so many watch hours and thing Twitch will send you a trophy award. Shaggy Stoner 4994 says I had you tabbed so when I woke up in the trunk I decided to vacuum. Hey Jack says VOD sorry y'all.
Yeah, we know what you meant.
Preppers 1 says yeah that's what I do. I go back over the stream to see if I miss something.
Yeah guys, so we're all typing on 6-inch screens, so I knew exactly what you meant. Nothing to apologize for. We're typing on 6-inch screens, and they're trying to guess what we're typing, so you guys should see some of them. When I'm in chats or watching videos, you should see how horrendous my text messages come, or my messages come out. Man, someone just got arrested in Clue. Beginning is same as ending. That means they were pretty close to the police station when they got arrested. They're talking about the mileage is what they're doing. And we got our scanner making that horrendous noise again. Maybe that'll stop it. I think $9 phone holder is kind of creaky too.
Game_Rage Zone says I watch off computer lol so I type on a computer keyboard hee.
There you go. Yeah, a lot of people. If I'm watching Twitch, I prefer to do it from a computer.
PKeel23 says I put it on my big screen TV.
Hey, watch it. I'm on the TV. I made the TV.
I'm the live.
Banmon2024 says I wish I could watch it on my smart TV, but it doesn't have the app, so I watch on my Amazon Fire tablet. Stream Elements says Taylor Marine just rated the channel with 19 viewers.
Thank you so much for the raid.
says sounds like you're blow drying your hair. John, let's see the Elvis wall.
Thank you for the
Jack
raid.
says I got you on the 65-inch bedroom TV wall. Kim Turner 88 says W Raiders. Hammy 9588 says welcome Raiders. Angie 416 says W Raiders. Game_Rage Zone says I raided it to play from computer to TV. Blue Ben 15 says W. Benham 2024 says W Raiders.
If you're new here, guys, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. You hear the scanner in the background. What we do here is we listen to the scanner and we record police interactions. That's what we do. Our emphasis.
Joanne 8775 says thank you for the raid.
Thank you. Did someone shout the raider out? What was the name of the channel? What'd you guys stream?
Kim Turner 88 says, no cop. Nightbot says BC Scanner is not a cop.
What were you guys
listen to the scanner and record police interactions. Boba Fett 271 says party 1 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 party 1. Game_Rage Zone says, no cop. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 10 bits.
Thank you for the 10
Jaden
bits.
Morgan_ says is it legal to have the scanner?
Yes,
Live
absolutely.
Life for Fun 20 says link.
Yeah,
Live Life for Fun 20 says ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what BC Scanner streams.
Also,
Tammy 9588 says Taylor Marine, how was your stream?
Also, Taylor, if you have a
267 says hey Pammy.
Taylor, if you have a
says how you get signal out there. Shaggy Stoner 4994 says jump in the trunk Raiders. Hang on, John likes hitting every bump he can.
And curbs. If you have a social media link that you want to paste in the chat, feel free to do so since you rated the channel. If you have a link, or you're welcome to do so. Thank you so much for the raid. Is it legal to have the scanner? Yes. Trust me, if it wasn't, they would have taken me out a long time ago.
Bayou Preppers 1 says hello Raiders. Yeah. Taylor Marine says www. Taylor Marine says www.
Yeah, basically the only reason, if I was using the scanner in the middle of a crime, then it would be a
Bradley
crime.
25 says I'm learning Twitch. Can someone explain what the raid is, please?
Basically, someone has ended their stream.
Accepted_hydrate_ultra says Florida looking cozy tonight.
Yeah, check your local and state laws for scanner. Where I'm at in Texas, they're legal in both home and in mobile, so. Yeah, as long as I'm
Dashing Dasher TX says it's time to hunt rabbit.
Yeah, the raid is basically someone ended their stream and they sent all their viewers over here. So that's why we got so many. So they rated the stream with 19 viewers. That means they ended their stream, they sent their 19 people over here to watch us. And I need...
Bradley 25 says, oh, that's awesome.
So that's what we do at the end of every night. We also raid a channel. So we pick I usually try to pick someone that has like 2 or 3 viewers.
Jaden Morgan _ says, is it legal to have radar detectors in Texas?
Yes.
Taylor Marine says yay. Taylor Marine says lol.
Let's go see what Angleton's doing. Don't tell Angleton we're coming, guys. Don't tell him.
Bradley 25 says I hear raid and automatically think they are coming in our chat and taking from us of some sort lol.
No. It's actually a great thing.
Taylor Marine says IRL Miami.
IRL in Miami, all right.
927.
Well, we are in BC, stands for Brazoria County. We're in Texas. We're about 50 miles south of Houston.
927, just for information. And 911 hang up on Dutch Lake Court. There was no call on the other line. No call back.
Bradley 25 says I learned something new tonight. THNX for the info.
You're welcome. Guys, we've only been on Twitch about 5 months, so we're
Dashing
learning too.
Dasher TX says, my bad, I'm on the phone with them now. Chief El Paulo Blardo wants lobster.
Oh,
Jaden Morgan _ says my province in Canada is illegal to have radar detectors.
Oh, really?
Big Dave BCTX says 50 miles south of Houston.
Yep, we're right on the
Dashing Dasher TX says I told him you would deliver it personally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't call Angleton and tell him we're coming, guys. And of course, there's no one from Angleton watching the chat, so no way that's possible. They won't even know we're coming.
Jaden Morgan _ says, damn, only 5 months. You're killing it, man.
Yeah, that's the way I made a channel a long time ago and never used it. Then once TikTok went with their scaled rewards, steal from all the gifters and the creators, I was like, screw it, I'm gonna find another platform. I've already tried on YouTube. No, I'm not talking shit about YouTube, but they generally don't like me on YouTube.
9588 says, welcome Angelton PD to chat, lol.
Yeah, YouTube, I mean, they watch my videos, but I for some reason, that's my least popular platform. No one likes me on YouTube. Every other platform I've worked on, I've been very successful. YouTube, no one likes me on YouTube. I love you though, YouTube. Don't get mad at me. Every other platform I can record a rock and
Hammy 9588 says not many people at home like you either. Lol.
Hey. That's not nice. We got 231 miles of gas left.
Game_Rage Zone says TT has a lot of BS, even the US ban.
Yeah, I gave up.
Joanne 8775 says Angelton PD, we are coming in hot, so you can't hide from us. Dashing Dasher TX says Angleton PD, welcome in.
Yeah.
Buckle up, get comfy. It can be kind of bumpy with a certain someone driving. I won't mention any names. Hold on to your buns and off we go.
There we go.
Hammy 9588 says dang. You let your girlfriend talk to you like that. Taylor Marine says keep up the good work, bro.
Thank you so much.
454 traffic.
Yeah, I'm only using TikTok now to promote my other platforms. That's it. They have a pretty good algorithm. So I just use that, send people over to my other platforms.
George Sam Robert 6224. George Sam Robert.
Speaking of which, if you're subscribed to me still on TikTok for live streams, I would Pam's gonna kill me for saying this, but
8775 says we not going to say John's name as our driver.
Right.
Tony de Almeida 3 says hey, how are you doing?
Doing wonderful.
John always film 50.
Always.
Taylor Marine says community justice. Tony de Almeida 3 says party one. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 9 bits.
Thank you for the 9
The
bits.
Flash says Rip Phil Robertson.
Caller or 502 where the coming from?
Alright, we're just outside of Angleton now. We're in Richwood right now. I don't know officially where Richwood starts.
Clear.
So we usually do this 6 nights a week. Sometimes I take off on Sunday. As you can see, it's Sunday now and I'm still streaming. So, well, it's Sunday for 2 more minutes. Where's everybody watching from? Let me know where you're watching from.
Bradley 25 says Richwood starts at the Circle K on 288B.
Where's it?
Warnack says Oregon. Savage Girl 267 says upstate New York. Dashing Dasher TX says speaking of other apps the weirdo uses, you know the one driving the car. We also kick it on Kick. Just don't take any candy or cookies he offers you and you'll be good.
Yeah, you should
if
be
you
good.
find a baby in the trunk.
Stop it.
John gave him a cookie and he decided to stay. Angie 416 says Mississippi. Game_Rage Zone says PA. Shaggy Stoner 4994 says New Mexico. Kakasper says Sweeney. Jaden Morgan _ says Manitoba, Canada. Lizzie 05060911 says Angleton. Mayhem _ Jim says Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Joanne 8775 says South Louisiana. Tony de Almeida 3 says John, I'm from Boston. Big Dave BCTX says save your channel. Points, works are temporarily muted.
I forgot to say that,
Bradley
guys.
25 says ends a little bit after 3 bridges.
Gotcha.
Before Corky's car lot, I believe. Mike Garza 70 says from Balwada. Boba Fett 271 says New York. Stream Elements says thank you for following Azazelis 1974. Jonathan Heinrich says BC, Texas.
So we get this quality.
Will Donellan says San Bernard River, Sweeney side.
There we go. So we get, I think the way I have my stream set up, so guys, this is actually streaming from my home computer. But when something breaks, like right now channel points aren't working, it makes it a pain because the stream's coming from a home computer and not from the car, right? I do have a tablet I can remote into, but save your channel points tonight, guys. They're not going to work. Yeah, but I think the quality of the stream is way better. Better than when we first started.
Dashing Dasher TX says I'm in the devil's butthole of Texas.
Yeah, it sure doesn't. It doesn't lag as much using this method. So the phone I'm using is basically just like an extension, like it's a webcam attached to my computer. That has to stop. I guess you can't use the air conditioner in Texas without your windshield from fogging up.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, John, did you tell everybody to save the dates?
For what? No. Going through a tunnel. Oh, we're lagging all of a sudden.
Bradley 25 says humidity sucks.
Yeah, it does. It's no fun. Like if I put the top down, it doesn't do it at all. Alright, we're in Angleton now, guys.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, okay, sorry about that. Hammy 9588 says, babe, you know you don't have to have it on high.
It doesn't work, nothing is working. I just keep the windows down. Let me try. Okay, I'm going to try your theory. So you're saying put it on low. Alright, we'll try that. And the temperature, I'll put it in the middle. I'll put it at like 76. Let's see if that works. I hope it doesn't work. She's been telling me this forever, so if she's right, it'll be another instance of Pam was right, John was wrong. Damn it, so far she's right.
Kim Turner 88 says, you know us women are always right.
She's right again.
Hammy 9588 says, sorry chat, John only has 2 settings on, his AC hot or freezing.
That seems to be working.
Today.
Bradley 25 says, a lot less noisier, too long.
Yeah.
Bama
Right.
Roll Tide 66 says, men they never learn. Pammy 9588 says, so weird.
Alright, fine. It was an okay idea.
Whipped Up Wishes says, haha.
Can you log an ID card?
Uh-oh.
I am the man says, where we going, John? Kim Turner 88 says, bet it's fun living with you too long.
79276. Again, 457-792.
We're in Angleton right now. I plan on just checking Angleton, and then I want to head back at least towards Freeport, because Freeport was actually pretty busy.
Pammy 9588 says, I'm not really an I told you so kind of person, but if I was, now would be the time I would speak up.
Yeah, I get you. You know how many times? Never mind. Yes, you're definitely not an I told you so type of person.
Big Dave BCTX says Ghost Town.
It is. Look at this.
Pammy 9588 says I'm laughing so hard right now.
You know what I'm gonna do? I don't even think we're just gonna go back down 288B. I'm not going into this ghost town. Don't try that.
Kim Turner 88 says Pam, you are letting the team down long. Brandon C says WSG John. Mornax says your area has 90% humidity, makes 81 degrees feel like 91.
Right.
Dashing Dasher TX says I'll say it. She told you so.
But she's not an I told you so type of person, so.
Doperino TV says legal U-turn.
That was legal? That was legal. Now the lane change...
Kim Turner 88 says, well, we told you so long.
The lane change may be questionable, but the U-turn was legal.
Michael W221 says that's what she say.
The lane change may have been questionable.
Kim Turner 88 says Alleg.
Allegedly, right.
Doperino TV says slightly legal lane change. Kim Turner 88 says allegedly. Dashing
right.
Dasher TX says, but I said it, not her. So she's still covered under not that type of person insurance.
Okay, good.
Big Dave BCTX says John is just full of, don't try this at home, tonight. Bradley 25 says Angelton's whole town is based off U-turns law.
Yes. I figure county would be working this road. I've got my monster. Not sponsored.
Bradley 25 says they are probably working 523 and Big 288 for Traveler's Law.
Yeah.
Kim Turner 88 says I've got my pillow and quilt.
You're gonna need it.
Flaps 15 says howdy all.
Hey, Flaps, how are you?
Dashing Dasher TX says John, if you were sponsored it would be by a couch company because you spend a lot of time there long.
That's right. Nobody's gonna sponsor my crazy ass.
Treasure Bay Apartments.
Treasure Bay Apartments. I don't know what's going on at Treasure Bay Apartments.
Tony de Almeida 3 says cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits.
Thank you so much.
Melanie Syed 1784 says where are those apartments?
Include, pretty much. It's a lake, that's technically Lake Johnson.
BC Scanner says, no comment.
my
Stream Elements says BC scanner is not a cop. We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
Okay, so it is.
Dobrino TV says need to get sponsored by Buc-ee's. They get plenty of free ads on here.
That's right. Buc-ee's, not sponsored. Most of them have me trespassed. Or a lot of them have me trespassed. We can only go to certain Buc-ee's.
For correction 524 2024 no 29.
That's clear.
Watt 6469 says, do you need to charge scanner, John?
Could use a little
Dobrino
power.
TV says, is that because of the speaker?
Nope. Actually, no. Just because they don't like me recording cops. Now, if I was in Buc-ee's making videos about how great the beaver nuggets were, no, I'm not allowed to record cops. It's some Buc-ee's.
19 March 8, court decisions.
Whipped Up Wishes says, my teenage daughter got to go to the Indy 500 today with her dad. She had fun, not my thing, but she enjoyed the hoopla.
Yeah.
Tony Dalmeda 3 says, party one, 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 party one. Stream Elements says, Tony Dalmeda 3 just cheered 9 bits.
2708. We have about
Beaver nuggets suck and he'll die on that hill.
Thank you so much for the 9 bits.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, sorry, I got hungry.
I have a confession. I've never eaten a
Bradley
beaver
25
nugget.
says, most Buc-ee's scream private property and back the blue just saying law.
I know. I've never eaten a beaver nugget, by the way. Ever.
Watt 6469 says, Buc-ee Sarah ain't a big John fan.
No, Sarah's definitely not a big John fan. Yeah, they're not big John fans over there.
Dobrino TV says, you're not missing out. Bandmom 2024 says, what, John, you have never had beaver nuggets? Oh, we gotta get you some nuggets.
Nope, never had it.
Flaps 15 says, I flew out of Indy and back into Indy today in traffic, to include air traffic, was crazy as hell this morning. Bayou Preppers 1 says, it's okay, John, they're not real nuggies.
Okay.
Kakisper says they're addictive.
I've never had one.
Whipped Up Wishes says, I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I'm in Illinois, we don't have them long.
Oh,
Bradley 25 says beaver nuggets taste like corn pop cereal, very good with milk.
Corn pops, gotcha.
Vegas_local says, I have also never tried a nugget.
There you go. So I'm not a monk.
Bandmom 2024 says they are so good, John.
I'll give them a try. Not sponsored, once again.
Kim Turner 88 says never been to a Buc-ee's, didn't have them in UK.
They're probably not going to be in the UK.
Dobrino TV says she's lying, John, they aren't good.
They're not good.
Varshin TV says, what exactly are we doing here?
What do we do? My name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. We listen to the scanner. We record police interactions.
Dashing Dasher TX says, John, don't you speak that sin in here. You can't be from Texas and never had a beaver nugget.
See, I was wondering if you were going to take my Texas driver's license away for that. I was worried about even saying
Angie416 says, no cop. Nightbot says BC Scanner is not a cop. We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
Hey, that's what we do
Kim
here.
Turner 88 says, no cop.
That's what we do in here.
Tony de Almeida 3 says that's what we do on this channel. Is that right, John?
I believe so,
Varshin
yes.
TV says, is listening illegal?
No, it's completely legal. If it wasn't legal, they would have taken me out a long time ago. Trust me. Now check your local and state laws.
Joanne 8775 says we are flagging you for never trying beaver nuggies, lol.
I figured.
Dashing Dasher TX says your license in boots. Get to Buc-ee's now, I'm buying. Varshin TV says you're retired. Vegas_local says always film 50.
Always film 50.
Doperino TV says, real question, John, are radar scanners illegal?
I don't know. I know that radar detectors, if that's what you're talking about, they're legal in Texas.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, we always film 50, never talk to the cops.
Never talk
They're
to the
not your
police.
friend.
They're definitely not your friends.
Varshin TV says, I listen to scanners, but I don't go out and hunt them down to record.
Oh, we should. It's fun.
Doperino TV says, ah, that's what I meant, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. We're all typing on 6-inch screens, so. Yeah, check your local and state laws. Well, we do this with the emphasis on teaching people their rights.
Joanne 8775 says, flagging, license, boots and jeans. Now you have to ride dirty and wear tennis shoes and shorts.
There you go.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, party one, 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 party one. Stream Elements says, Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 18 bits.
Thank you so much.
Varshin TV says, I need to see something. Jonathan Heinrich says, Bussy Beaver Nuggets are very good.
So we do this.
Dobrino TV says, you're on my second monitor. I just forgot the name long.
So we do this with the emphasis on teaching people their rights so they don't go to jail for victimless crimes. That's our focus here. Basically, it's very simple. STFU. You have nothing to gain by talking to the police. Nothing. Like nothing.
Bradley 25 says that's almost like the myth saying it's illegal to drive barefoot in Texas when it's not.
Yeah, you can drive with. You have nothing to gain. Like when I say nothing to gain, I mean nothing. Very few people have ever talked themselves out of an arrest. You can only
Tony de Almeida 3 says, seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one. Stream Elements says, Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 4 bits.
Thank you so much. So you can only talk yourself into an arrest. You can't talk yourself out of it. So the best method is to not talk to the police. Oh, in case I didn't
Mornak
mention it,
says, unless they're directly pursuing your stolen property, best not to interact.
Yeah.
Dobrino TV says, wait, it's not illegal to drive without shoes.
Nope.
Varshin TV says, in my state it's illegal to be homeless.
And here it's illegal to be home. It's a crime to exist. Yeah, that you are correct. It's very sad. Yep, they've made it a crime to exist almost everywhere.
Robocop says never assist a cop with his investigation. That's his job, not ours.
Yes. Yeah, you have nothing to gain. If you watch the trailer on my Twitch, that's almost a perfect. I did say a little bit too much.
Bayou Preppers 1 says people have the right to remain silent. Some people don't have the ability to do so.
But the channel
Tony
trailer?
de Almeida 3 says homeless is everywhere.
Yes.
Dobrino TV says my mom convinced me it was illegal and I always was worried when I didn't have shoes on. Shame on me. Varshin TV says cause they don't want to invest and try to fix the homeless, so let's make it harder.
Right.
Attention West Rapids EMS, attention West Rapids EMS. You are needed for a lift assist
Tony
at
de Almeida
310
3
East
says good
Louisiana
stop, John.
Street. 310 East Louisiana Street for a 77-year-old female in her wheelchair.
Yeah, it's absolutely a crime to exist.
Mitigate receipt. Go ahead.
So a lot of times you'll see I drive a little bit slower than the traffic does. I mean, not
Dobrino TV says what's the furthest out you've been?
Portland, Oregon. No, Seattle. I went to Seattle. I went and walked in the city of Chaz.
Kim Turner 88 says I've been homeless, it's so wrong. Dobrino TV says WTF law.
Yeah. I used to travel, when I first started, I traveled all the time.
Mornax says I live in Portland. I was at the protests. It was wild.
Yeah, I was there.
Tony de Almeida 3 says try hard, one 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 try hard, one. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheer 21 bits.
Thank you.
Varshin TV says IDK if it's a felony or misdemeanor. War 911 call chaser says I am 2 hours from Portland law.
No,
Tony de Almeida 3 says cheer 1.
Thank you.
Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 1 bit.
Thank you so much for the bit.
23 says I was told in Texas that it is illegal to drive without shoes.
It's not. I guess we can ask. We'll ask the next cop. He's gonna say yes, but it's definitely. I believe it's actually a myth.
Go ahead. We're in route. That's good. Yes, they are.
You can go ahead and show me up.
Now, for the most part, I figured out that I could tell the story of policing in America in 3 towns.
Clear.
In 3 little towns.
War 911 call chaser says I am planning to travel once I do some mechanic stuff to my car.
Just know that the court dates are a pain in the ass. Because you will, if you travel, you will get
Dobrino
arrested.
TV says what about the shoes that look like feet? Varshin TV says, where are you going right now?
Right now I'm going to go up here to Sarah's and stretch my legs for a second.
West Flight 7, control position.
Seven to north, 3055.4 west, 09454.7, temperatures are 77 inside, 75 outside, 28 minutes to go to Hotel
Varshin TV says, are
201.
you driving a cop car?
No. Definitely not driving a cop.
West Flight 7, good copy.
I'm in a Camaro. Everybody get out and stretch.
Clear.
No, I do my best not to impersonate any cop. If I was driving a cop car, I'd get accused of that, and I don't want to be
Dobrino
confused
TV
for a
says
cop.
he's driving a 1500 horsepower Camaro.
And I got my blinker on.
Vegas
in the parking lot.
_ local says what's the weather report tonight?
Weather report is hot, 84 degrees. It's 12:24 a.m. I'm gonna put the top down.
War 911 call chaser says Yay Tempe against police violence is in Las Vegas right now.
It's me, everyone. You guys can't see me because it's too dark, but there I am.
Varshin TV says show outside of car.
Show the outside of the car. Okay, I need to get out anyway.
Joanne72 says I'm scared to get out and stretch.
I'm gonna
I
get out
always
too.
have to run after Pearl. Big Dave BCTX says 1000% humidity.
Yes, 1000%. Definitely.
Ross 2K19 says John, did you see mass shooting in Myrtle Beach tonight? 11 transported by ambulance and a ton self-transported.
I did not. Guys, put it.
Dobrino TV says it's a me, Johnny-O.
Guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, guys. Put it in the chat.
Bandmom 2024 says the only time I get out of the trunk is if John gets out of the car.
I'm out. Everybody
Bradley
stretch.
25 says, John, did you take a look at Zenny Optical yet just to look?
I did today. I
Tim
did.
Turner
I did.
88 says always film 5-0.
I did take a look at it.
72 says always film 5-0. Peach 1380 says I'm back.
Welcome
Had
back,
to tug
Peach.
the hubby-in-law. Tony
Gotcha.
de Almeida 3 says always film 50. Peach 1380 says always film 5-0. Tony de Almeida 3 says I am not getting out of the trunk to get left behind. Bradley 25 says awesome, good price is right.
You guys are crooked.
Or if it's Mama's back to the property.
Varshin TV says I need to see some action. Peach 1380 says I never get out. I don't trust John Law.
Oh, everybody get back in. Everybody get back in.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Lincoln William Charles 7241. William Charles 724.
Well, it doesn't make for sensational videos, but
Bernard and Bennett.
that
Tony
means
de Almeida 3 says is everybody in the trunk.
doesn't make for sensational videos, but
Big
that means
Dave BCTX says John doesn't control the content.
that's right. I
It
absolutely
happens
don't.
when it happens. Bradley 25 says, did you see how I said way cheaper than an eye doctor or optometrist in store?
No, I saw it.
Bayou Preppers 1 says had to regroup. Kim Turner 88 says I'm in never got out.
You never
Peach
got out.
1380 says see he will just take off then say get back in mall. Joanne 72 says we running to park at the red light. Dobrino TV says 2C actions need to happen brother law. Tony de Almeida 3 says I never got out the trunk. Lenavement says never got out.
Never got out. Well, I will be back Monday to pick you guys up if I left anybody. Monday night, I should say.
Bayou Preppers 1 says I never get out even when John is not live. Kim Turner 88 says why so long lol I need my bed PMSL. Tony de Almeida 3 says we're still in the trunk lol. Peach 1380 says I'll just get out of the truck. Never get out to stretch home. Bradley 25 says my glasses in store are usually 400 to 600 plus and I paid 112 with my trifocals and bifocal lenses.
I saw
Glad you had time to look. Joanne 72 says you can't do that. The police will harass us thinking we're homeless.
Oh yeah, I'll have to come back and get you. You're right. You're right. I'll definitely have to come back and get you guys. If they do, make sure you record.
Bradley 25 says can't record if our recorders are in your trunk silly.
That's right. Okay. You always get out with your phones in.
Bradley 25 says we were just stretching home.
I'm sure it's some kind of crime, though.
Joanne 72 says I always keep my phone charged just in case I'm left behind and end up with a po-po encounter. Kim Turner 88 says, John, you have made a great community in here.
Thank you for being here.
Cupcakes 1994 says, Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day to you. Lifting weights and baking cakes. How many more days so you can change it?
Kim Turner 88 says, hey Cupcakes.
No one tell Cupcakes we're coming into Freeport.
Joanne 72 says, if I'm left at Sarah S and get caught doing donuts and that Civic that's been in the parking lot for forever.
Guys, don't tell Cupcakes we're coming into Freeport. He'll never know. He's never gonna know.
December 16th, 1980.
There's a donkey in the middle of the road.
What? Where's there a donkey in the middle of the road?
That's going to be your Tennessee plate.
Where's there a donkey in the road?
There's a donkey in the middle of the road.
You can't just randomly come on the scanner and say there's a donkey in the middle of the road without giving me an address.
Whipped Up Wishes says, a donkey, ha 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 ha.
There's a donkey in the middle of the road.
With no address. Now they're just making asses out of themselves.
That's going to be your Tennessee plate.
Alright, sorry, that was a horrible dad joke. I'm not going to try that again. That's the end of the dad jokes for the night.
Tazzy's my dog Bill says LMAO. Bayou Preppers 1 says where. Ben Mom 2024 says a donkey lol. Vegas _local says join new animal unlocked. Kerry Sheriff says if you are familiar with Duck Dynasty, Phil Robertson has passed away. Joanne 72 says, dang it, I tell my mom to stay out the road, but she doesn't listen. Tazzy's my dog Bill says we need to know. Kim Turner 88 says PMSL donkey a calf during and a dating bar. Ross 2K19 says I think the truck wants to race.
Yes, that is a new animal unlocked. Donkey is a first. We've got
Bayou Preppers 1 says Pam John wants a donkey.
So what are the animals that we have? We have alligators, raccoons, possums, cows, kaftas, which is a made-up animal.
First name Ramon, Robert
Kim Turner 88 says snakes.
Snakes, yes, snakes.
Kidisper says I want a donkey. Tazzy's my dog Bill says cats. Cupcakes 1994 says coyotes. Victoria Shepherd 89 says deer. Davis _local says donkey would keep the snakes away. Joanne 72 says Cupcake, can you find out where the donkey is at? We want to see this. Bradley 25 says hogs. Kim Turner 88 says it's okay, we have Cupcakes, he has a QQ.
That's right.
Vegas _local says cats. Bradley 25 says not pigs, that's cops LMAO.
Yeah, nobody tell cops.
Tazzy's my dog Bill says Darking Bog.
And a Darking Bog, yes. I repeated it twice. Thank God you guys didn't know how to clip stuff then.
35 C, everything has a deal. That's for checking.
Which one is that, brother?
This guy's doing
This is 35 has a deal.
South Detroit says I wonder if the donkey has any.
No, he's saying he doesn't. He's giving me a passport from home. 22, 89.
Kim Turner 88 says this chat has got so funny. Joanne 72 says but we know now, haha.
Yeah. So maybe the donkey's in a crosswalk. Maybe it's completely legal. Maybe he's walking on the right side of the road.
Vegas _local says at least we don't clip the fly incident.
Yeah, that was bad.
Dallas Lewis 19,861,989 says it's my birthday today. I'm 39 years old.
Well, happy birthday.
Bradley 25 says or he just wanted to make an ass out of himself for Memorial Day long.
You know? Yeah, no donkey updates. They're just going to come on the scanner, say
Joanne
donkey in the road.
72 says the donkey is walking and singing your song that went platinum. I'm walking on the right side of the road.
That's right.
Dallas Lewis 19,861,989 says thanks everyone. Whipped Up Wishes says I'll take words I didn't expect to hear tonight on a police scanner for 500 please John.
Donkey
is 88 says you know the donkeys are stubborn mules.
Alright, so that is county wherever they're at.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Out on a donkey.
Bradley 25 says which PD dispatch come on the scanner for the donkey. Doperino TV says I am glad my platinum joke stuck around long.
4489.
Joanne 72 says jackass on the loose.
That's good.
You just can't come on here and randomly say there's a donkey in the road and not give me the location. That's just not cool.
Kim Turner 88 says we need to see this donkey law. Bradley 25 says probably Brazoria, Jones Creek or something like that.
Yes, probably you're right.
Vegas _local says is that an animal control issue?
Animal control here usually only works Monday through Friday. During business hours, usually.
Doperino TV says they are talking about you, John.
Oh, you think, maybe it was me. Maybe I'm the donkey in the road.
Cupcakes 1994 says I don't know if any donkeys here.
I have not seen a donkey. I think you're probably 100%
Flaps
correct.
15 says she goes. I mean notes. Kakisper says has anyone ever read the Wonky Donkey book? It's hilarious. Kim Turner 88 says I would be laughing so hard on phone when that come through.
Right.
Bradley 25 says county deals with livestock usually.
Yeah. That's why it's somewhere out in the county. They just randomly said donkey in the road. Hey, that could be their code name for me.
Kim Turner 88 says some cops are hung like donkeys though.
Shit. Oh, you did it. You did it. Can't be unsaid.
Bradley 25 says ha ha ha. Whipped Up Wishes says ha 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 ha. Vegas _local says oh like local animals only cause issues during corporate business hours crazy.
Right.
G. Clemens says lots of wild donkeys here in Arizona. Doperino TV says that's a crazy statement. Renee Don 23 says law. Cupcakes 1994 says when I worked for Brazoria a long time ago there was an adorable donkey off of Marion Street. Kim Turner 88 says oops they have truncheons they can use and handcuff us law. Flaps 15 says unfortunately for the livestock, some donkeys are hung like cops as well. Cupcakes 1994 says oh god no. Big Dave BCTX says oh my. Joanne 72 says I have a donkey that lived in my house.
Waiting for Pam to say that. She's probably asleep though.
Big Dave BCTX says the chat has taken a turn. Joanne 72 says just kidding.
All because the
Whipped Up Wishes says gosh I love this group haha.
All because the dispatcher said donkey in the road. But that was the only details we had. One donkey in the road.
Kim Turner 88 says oops my fault lol.
You guys got me nerd laughing over here.
Hammy 9588 says what the hell is going with this chat tonight?
There was a donkey issue. We didn't get to record it, but there was a donkey issue somewhere. I think we'll hang out in Freeport for a minute.
Kim Turner 88 says I will take myself to Naughty Step if I had a pair of handcuffs nearby. Big Dave BCTX says BC scanner after dark.
That's right.
Bayou Preppers 1 says okay wow guys I am still awake no need for that kind of language. Bandmom 2024 says that would have been quite the show if we got to film the donkey law.
Yeah.
Bayou Preppers 1 says LMFOW. Sobrino TV says do bars still close at 2 on Sunday?
Yes. Something tells me that I would have ended up giving the donkey a ride home. All of a sudden, I got the top down and a donkey in the passenger seat.
Pammy 9588 says, I didn't know you filmed donkey shows here.
Oh.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, to your house. Whipped Up Wishes says, oh no, here come more jokes, I fear lol. Bandmom 2024 says, we could have rode the donkey home lol.
That's right.
Tazzy's my dog goes says, OMG, I'm dead John lol. Flaps 15 says, ha 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 John, that's great. Bradley 25 says, ain't got no more room for no more ass John, your vehicle is full lol.
Ooh.
Big Dave BCTX says, car full of ass. Flaps 15 says, does that account for extra horsepower?
I can't take
Dobrino
you guys
TV
anywhere.
says, waiting for the donkey mugshot.
Dispatch, Flight 7 now, we're at 3024.0
says, 10, Ford gotta go find the drunk donkey. Whipped Up Wishes says that donkey probably has more room in the trunk than Pearl Law.
Probably.
Simply underscore good says, sure cannot law. Tony de Almeida 3 says, law. Tony de Almeida 3 says, party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1. Stream Elements says, Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits.
Thank you for the 6 bits.
Vegas underscore local says, but the donkey would take the cookie from you.
Probably. That's how
The Flash says, have you ever recorded Dewey then asked that person to drive their car home on traffic stop?
Yeah, we save cars all the time. I've even driven them home.
Dobrino TV says, never heard a why did the donkey cross the road joke before.
I guess we're gonna hear one now.
Whipped Up Wishes says, we save cars and donkeys. Well then. Whipped Up Wishes says, variety. Kim Turner 88 says, we need the rest of that donkey call now, it's reared at ass.
Zero, January 353. Anyways, you just want the person to leave. He's punching holes in the wall. Zero, January 353. Anyways, you just want the person to leave. He's punching holes in the wall.
Bradley 25 says, every time we pass right there at that school I look for the herd of deer to show our trophies, but they are never there.
Right. They hang out by Buc-ee's over there sometimes.
Joanne 72 says, we the C notes on the donkey.
But we do know there was a donkey.
Dobrino TV says, punching holes in the wall. We got a Kyle on the case.
No, you're joshing around with him.
County Road 353. Let's see how far that is. It's probably far.
The Flash says, have you gotten arrested before?
Yes, 5
Flaps
times.
15 says, donkey punching holes in the wall now. Bradley 25 says, they pay in the field behind ours usually.
Where do you want to go?
County Road 353.
Getting directions to County Road 353, Brazoria.
That's 26 minutes away.
Kim Turner 88 says, or was it a cop being a donkey?
I'm not sure.
Bandmom 2024 says, I hope the donkey presses charges. I still don't know for sure if the gator ever pressed charges, ha ha ha.
Right?
Dobrino TV says, woo, she got it right. Bradley 25 says, I believe it is far, it's in Wild Peach.
Yeah.
Bandmom 2024 says, and I hope the donkey knows not to talk to the police law.
Well, we'll listen. If it escalates, we'll definitely head that way. But
Check north and south of the intersection. You can show us back in UTR.
The Flash says, hey Siri, get me directions to strip club lol XD.
that word's supposed to be banned.
Vegas underscore local says kangaroo would be one for the books. Whipped Up Wishes says donkey UTL.
UTL on the donkey. I can pretty much safely say that Freeport is safe from wild donkeys.
Tony de Almeida 3 says good stop.
Thanks.
Kim Turner 88 says the donkey will ee or all the way to Paddock.
Circumstance 524, we had a pulling up for the disturbance.
Doperino TV says prob not banned on whatever platform they are using, John.
Yeah, that's probably
Tony
true.
de Almeida 3 says Dan's game 1, 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 Dan's game 1. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits.
Thank you so
Bradley
much.
25 says I bet nobody knew the main reason most farmers or people keep donkeys on their property is because they help keep coyotes away.
Didn't know that.
Doperino TV says gonna have to set bans per platform.
Yeah, it's alright.
Bradley 25 says Freeport is safe unless you consider Jones Creek or Oyster Creek law. The Flash says wait me I did bad word.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't want to say it. Well, sometimes when we first started using TTS, and I know as soon as I say this, someone's going to do it. Someone came in the chat and said, hey, you know who called the police? So it came out over my speakers and everybody's phone started, you know what? So that's why I try not to. I have all the major ones blocked. And just because I said that.
Doperino TV says we don't speak of the phone lady.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I don't say it.
Will Ben 15 says oh dang.
Yeah, you didn't know that, so it's okay. And it's my fault. I should have had it blocked on there.
Doperino TV says I learned the hard way. Vegas _ local says smart man.
Then they tried it with Google. They tried it with the Amazon one. So I have all of those blocked.
Doperino TV says John reprimanded me.
No, I didn't. You didn't know, man. You didn't
Kim
know.
Turner 88 says Mr. Cupcakes any news on donkey.
He's UTL on the donkey.
Doperino TV says he's still looking for Shrek. Kim Turner 88 says Shrek needs his donkey back PLZ. Flaps 15 says the donkey is holding.
Yeah. It's hanging in there.
Whipped Up Wishes says Cupcakes I hope you didn't get kicked in the ass by the ass. Sarah F 2000 says hi John and everyone I fell asleep way too early.
Oh, well, that's okay. We basically had a driving around stream tonight, so I'm gonna hang in until 2 though. If anyone wants to hang out with me.
Tony de Almeida 3 says Swift Rage 1 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 Swift Rage 1. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 12 bits.
Thank you for the 12 bits.
Kim Turner 88 says I'm hanging but not like a donkey law. Simply _ Brit says catching up on paperwork but I will be here.
Renegade back to service. I gotta find your people, Amy.
$9 phone holder did pretty good on that bump.
South Detroit says that poor donkey is probably locked up and getting prison tattoo right now.
Probably already got a teardrop.
The Flash says is there any takeovers in Texas? ICLA is crazy.
Takeovers, what does that mean?
Bandmom 2024 says I forgot to ask but what did everybody have for dinner tonight?
I had leftovers.
Doperino TV says that would imply he's killed someone, in which case the Polisa did us a favor locking him up. Melanie Syop 1784 says that would be funny to see a donkey, and especially in your car, John.
That's right.
Dashing Dasher TX says don't drop the soap in front of the donkey.
That's right.
Yikes.
That could be bad.
Cowboy Fan 4 Life says checking in from SC.
Thank you.
Simply_Brit says lumpia pancit and some type of chicken with veggies. Bradley25 says homemade smoked sausage Alfredo pasta. The Flash says like people doing illegal donuts, etc. on the road.
Yeah. There's been one of those. I filmed one of those before. I was there. I helped all the people keep their cars from getting towed by helping them get on the right side of the road.
South Detroit says the donkey will come out with street cred and one of those wallets with a chain attached to it.
I thought that's what you were
Whipped Up
talking
Wishes
about.
says pizza for dinner. We have a place here called Monocles and it's the best thin crust pizza.
I thought that's what you were talking about, but I didn't want to sound dumb. Yeah, I've been to one of those before. Had every county cop from miles around there. It was actually
Doperino TV says surprisingly boring night for Memorial Day weekend.
You know, I agree, but that's good. That means the cops are behaving, the people are behaving. I'm completely fine with that.
Countryman 979 says what happened
Blue
in
Water
Missouri.
Highway, 1026 Blue Water Highway. Several subjects. There's a male that slapped a person. Possibly a female also.
Los Angeles is crazy app that lol people be huffing on balance while doing donuts and cops be chasing them lol.
Where do you want to go?
1026 Blue Water Highway.
Melanie Syop
Getting directions to 1026 Blue Water Highway, Surfside Beach.
That's 11 minutes away. We got nothing else to record, so we'll head that way.
We're under control.
Bradley25 says, John, did you see where the car drove off the jetties in Surfside today?
I did not see that. That's a bad day. Over at the mouth of the river, I've seen it happen before. Did they make it out okay?
Texan Beast 2025 says, what's going on at the beach, John?
I don't know. Some kind of I didn't hear the details. Something about a man and a woman, and someone has someone pulled over.
Go ahead.
Parking lot of Brazoria collision on Texas. Victor Nora 0841.
Doperino TV says some dude slapped someone.
Gotcha.
White Chevy Malibu.
Countryman 979 says I'm having beer and pizza.
Okay, fair.
Jenny, you can help getting notes.
Very nice, everything.
Well, I hope there's not a train up here. So far, it doesn't look like it's a train.
Bradley25 says, yeah, it was right by the park area right off the rocks in the intercoastal water.
Yeah.
Texan Beast 2025 says, I just did a wreck and recovery through the insurance for Clute PD a little bit ago.
They wrecked one of their units.
Seven's landed at Hotel 201.
7 at Hotel 201.
Kim Turner 88 says, Texan, be careful out there is a donkey loose.
Yes, watch out for the donkey.
Good. I have a lobby call holding found property.
343, again, 47703343. Last name, get the tone.
47,
Okay.
We're under control.
Whip Up Wishes says my son was up at 7 this morning. I should go to bed, but I am having too much fun tonight long. Country 979 says the best time to travel is at night, especially when I don't have to drive. Long. Dashing Dasher TX says just ignore any late Jackson calls about some guy driving around with his lights on.
Alright.
It's just me keeping the P's on their toes. Single_Brit says Trunky's acting up and I missed it. Dang it long. Texan Beast 2025 says customer ran off the road, took out a
Parking lot of Resort Elite on Victor Victor Nora 0841 Victor Nora 0841 white Chevy Malibu.
Yeah, I heard him talking about the sign was damaged. But I was in Freeport at the time. Alright, this is
Kim Turner 88 says John the first like it. I'm here having a laugh with cops. That's what we need.
There you go. So this is the Buc-ee's that doesn't like me, so.
Clear. Remember Dragon.
Alright, the wind noise.
Texan Beast 2025 says lied and said I just hit the curve, got 3 flats. District 81 says was the customer a donkey? Michael W221 says your YouTube scanner restart again. Texan Beast 2025 says customer in PD was asking where's John.
Oh yeah? I was in
Filipino
Freeport.
TV says gonna need VAC on the donkey.
Hopefully we don't run into the donkey this way.
Bravo 43, copy deal.
Good.
47703343, again 47703343. Last name and tone.
Michael W221 says I just got a notification that said to restart the YouTube scanner. Whip Up Wishes says I have so many questions about the donkey. Where did it come from for starters? Lala Zoo nearby. Kim Turner 88 says wasn't it Kong yesterday spotted?
Clear for return.
979 says free fishing
Go ahead.
coming up. Who's going?
27 on 477033343, Carly Antone. White, non-Hispanic female, date of birth 9/20 of 2006, out of Alvin, is eligible Class C, expired 10/20 of 2032. 28 on Victor Nora 0841, 2016 Chevy, expired September of 2025, insurance confirmed clear 29.
Michael W221 says Phil Roberson passed away, John.
I heard that.
Tony De Almeida 3 says I heard that you really sad. Michael W221 says I just got the notification about it.
About which platform? Oh, the notification, I got you.
Your traffic was broke up. We're just clear.
That's 37500 volt.
Tony to Almeida 3 says 4 head 1 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 4 head 1. Street Element says Tony to Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits. Michael W221 says I got a notification that the YouTube scanner restarted too.
That's weird. I restarted that before we left.
Dobrino TV says a tad windy by the beach, huh?
Yeah, it's top's down, that's why. The wind will die down now. I mean, it's still gonna be windy, but
back inside station.
That's clear.
I think they gave the donkey a citation.
The Flash says, have you seen a famous person pulled over before?
Not really.
Good.
This one claims that female jumped into a Jeep and went eastbound on Underwood Highway.
Michael W221 says restarted 4 minutes ago. Kim Turner 88 says, do you think it's going to be wild tomorrow?
What
Keeper says, I love my donkey. Sarah F 2000 says, there's a rescue donkey at the horse barn that hates everyone except my kids. Lol, it was the cutest thing to see him interact with them. Dobrino TV says he'll cover his bail.
You'll cover his bail? Alright, so the
Michael W221 says the scanner restarted 4 minutes ago.
I don't know how it's possible.
Joanne 72 says the citation was for acting a jackass.
So there was a Jeep involved in this call. And they
Alan
took
J17 says hi everyone.
Hi.
Only 504.
Good.
Looks to be a broken motor vehicle.
Alan J17 says, how is everyone tonight? Dobrino TV says, woulda thought they woulda just pinned his tail, to be honest. Michael W221 says, is your county scanner working on your phone?
Yes, should be.
Managed to push the vehicle off the roadway and coming back at.
Flaps 15 says, no cop. Nightbot says BC scanner is not a cop.
Definitely
we
not.
listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
That's what we do.
The Flash says, question, have you ever watched Tyreek Hill pull over body cam? If so, how you think Tyreek Hill handle the situation or the cops? Texan Beast 2025 says, Clute PD said you don't mess with the non-C notes shift. I said John goes wherever the action is, no matter what shift. KY Girl Stephanie says 7 ads. Whipped Up Wishes says, ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what BC scanner spreads.
Let's stay back because I think the person that they're looking for has already left. I think they're writing statements at this point, so I'll stay back.
Bandmom 2024 says, well, you're by the beach house that we rent in the summer. Well, you're by the beach house that we rent in the summer. Tony de Almeida 3 says, hey officer. Texan Beast 2025 says, yeah, you don't want to be accused of being the person that Whipped Up Wishes says 3.
Nope,
Tony
you're good.
de Almeida 3 says, hey officer, John farted. Tony de Almeida 3 says 3.
All right, let me move back over where I was.
Texan Beast 2025 says, piggy piggy oink oink, where here? Angie 416 says 1.
All right.
Inkato says, hey officer, stop using our taxpayers' money and harassing these law-obeying citizens.
Well, I think this is actually a
Texan
report of
Beast
something.
2025 says 3. District 81 says Texas banned porn and weed. No word yet on where the Dallas Cowboys will be moving. Tony de Almeida 3 says, piggy piggy, we arrived. Doperino TV says, am I in your...
I'm watching for snakes. I'm on private property. I need to kind of back off over here. How you doing, man? I'm doing wonderful. I don't know who's who or what's happening, so I guess I'll stand in the middle. Try not to blind you, man.
No, you're fine.
All right. So we got all the cops over here now. Hey Shane, welcome in. No, this is live. Guys, I'm sorry it's the wind noise. We're literally, the beach is like across the street over there, so. Shane has been over there streaming. He's a streamer too, guys. Does anyone remember if I turned my car off? Because I'm way away from it. I keep watching the highway, see if someone's driving off in my car. I know we're in Surfside. This was a disturbance. He's up there interviewing for his freedom right now. I can't hear, but sometimes just me standing here makes a difference. So, we've got to get our battery, guys. We're on yellow. I don't know, how long have we been streaming? I'm gonna get my bag. Alright, the car's still there. How you guys doing? I'm wonderful.
Go ahead.
I can hear you.
Victor, Lincoln, 2528, Victor, Lincoln, and
4 hours, okay. We gotta get our bag, guys.
Clear.
Our battery's running low. I don't think they were John fans. The battery. I got my purse, as Pam calls it. She makes fun of me. It looks like she's going to be writing a statement. So I think this is the guy we need to keep an eye on over here. It's kind of what I figured was going on in the beginning. Guys, remember what I said? You can't talk your way out of an arrest. Everything you're saying is going to go right on there. Body cams and dash cams. So he handed her the clipboard. That's Lake Jackson, guys. Lake Jackson EMS.
First out. Straight calls. Lake Jackson Landing. Or the Jackson Parkway from 05. Give me 2 out.
So if I had to take a guess, I think the person over there is writing a statement, and by the time she's writing her statement, I think this guy ends up in handcuffs. That's a guess. Completely guessing.
Oh, we're checking.
They're fine. I'm showing I have a good signal, but who knows? I'm out in the middle of nowhere, so could be. I see the nose, all right.
Go ahead.
Speaker only, clear for name and date of birth.
Not clear, go ahead.
Last name Dominguez, David Ocean, Mary Ida, Nora George, Union Edward Zebra. First name Gustavo, George Union, Sam Tom Adam Victor Ocean. Date of birth 2005, 1026, 2005, 1026.
Clear.
Huh? What's happening? You know how it happens, right? You doing all right? Yeah, they're still sitting over there. I think they're writing a statement. I think this is that your friend?
Who?
This guy? Do you know?
Oh, that's not.
Oh, he's basically interviewing for his freedom right now.
For his freedom?
Yeah, I believe. They're over there writing a statement, so.
The girls?
Yeah.
We met them on the beach. They were drunk when they got here.
They was drunk?
Yeah, they've been drunk. They would get someone to leave all day.
You've been telling them leave? Oh, okay. They weren't happy when I was over there. They're like, don't film me.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you?
I'm live on Twitch. I you let it go? You want to be on camera and tell the story?
Well, the last story we did wasn't a good story.
All right, but this one, we'll talk about this story.
Treasure Island.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I haven't started.
Aw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hold on. Are you on the phone? Somebody wants my footage. I need to talk to you about that.
I'm right here talking to John. Just talking to John. We're not on that.
So, someone,
Uncle Rico's free. He's bargaining in his freedom. We laughing at Uncle Rico.
someone making a documentary on your dad wants my footage. Yeah, they just emailed me, said they wanted the footage. They're doing a story about it.
Yeah, oh yeah. We got interviewed for a like radio station maybe.
Yeah,
like,
I don't remember. They want my footage though, so.
That'd be cool.
I asked them. I know at the time it was real touchy, but you guys know I was there for you.
Yeah.
The whole time.
At the time it was just sentimental, but
I got you.
We've gone through trial and stuff. And
yeah. How's the progress on that?
It was like long and stuff, but like she got more than the shooter, so.
There you go. How long?
75 years.
75 years? Whoa. Justice, man.
Yep. So 4 more. 2 down, 4 more to go.
Okay, what'd the other person get?
The murderer, the actual killer, he only got 45 with us, but he had other charges out of other places, so.
Gotcha.
He's probably gonna get him for one.
75 years.
But his girl.
Yeah, I don't think this should be free ever again.
That's what I said.
I don't think this should be free ever again, but what am I doing? I'm just a guy holding a cell phone.
We got trial coming up again in September.
September? How many more to go? 2 more?
4.
4. Dang, I didn't realize there was that many people involved. Well, you know that night they thought you guys were the...
Yeah.
They were treating you guys like the criminals, and that's why I was there. I hope you realize that after the fact. They were treating you guys like criminals.
Everything got shown in court, and we all got to see everything like live for the first time, and it was touching. Like the whole.
All right, looks like he's free. He's gonna be free.
Armbats and shit. Yeah, it's Memorial Day week. This is what we get. You know,
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
there you go. All right. All right, guys. Hopefully he's free. Nice. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, that's what they were talking to me about. We good, man?
No, you can't film, man.
How you doing tonight? All right?
I'm trying to make it.
There you go.
It's much crazy.
Yeah, it seems like it's been. Never mind. I'm not gonna say the Q word.
No, don't do that.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. I can put 2 and 2.
All right. All right. Looks like everybody's free. Just a disturbance. Yeah, that's what they were talking about. Yeah, the family was very mad at me, but the end result is now they got a person making a documentary. They want my footage. So. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still there. They could have got me for interfering. I thought they were done. All right, guys, let's get back to work. How are we going to get out of here? Let's see. Does it go around? I think Austin Powers it out of here. Guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, guys.
TV says in your car, hopefully. Angel416 says always film 50. Tim Turner 88 says always film 50. Will Ben 15 says I am going to bed. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Wild Ben.
Sarah F 2000 says always film 50.
Always. What'd I do? Hold on, guys. I got.
00428 says always film 50. Tony de Almeida 3 says you almost said the Q word.
I did. I almost did. But I mean.
The Flash says he seems like a cool cop law.
Confirming apartment number 305, correct?
Christian Duran says what is this live stream about?
We record cops.
Tony de Almeida 3 says always film 50.
We record cops, that's what we
Bradley
do.
25 says I know the family of the dad, very sad situation. Glad they are getting justice slowly but surely.
Yeah. I didn't know that she got 75 years. Oh wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Let me see what's happening. They got him out of the car.
Tony de Almeida 3 says Pride 1 Pride 1 Pride 1. Stream Element says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 3 bits.
We might not be over, guys. Might not be over. Okay. I thought they had her in handcuffs. They're just taking pictures. He might not be. Ooh, did you guys see that water bottle drop? Land perfectly. Alright, no sense in film. No, I don't think they're going to take anybody. I don't know, should I hang out?
7504 back in citation.
I don't know what that random noise was that played.
Clear. The alarm company called back for 1630 North Road, and all you still isn't answering calls.
I don't know, I didn't hear anything about that story. I could ask him.
Bradley 25 says never mind, you aren't going back over there. Doperino TV says bars get out soonish.
Yeah. They may actually arrest him. Depends on what she writes on the statement and who she says who did what. They allege that whoever it was took off already.
The Flash says hang out.
I need to get my battery bag.
Sarah F 2000 says, did you lower your sub goal or did you reach the 1000 and start new one?
No, I lowered it.
Almeida 3 says hang out.
No, I lowered it. I just said, so we can be, you know, how many are we at now? So we could be reasonably. I said it's something reasonable. Something
Bradley
we can meet.
25 says I was watching it. The poor child was so exhausted he was falling asleep in the officer's arms. It was sad.
Aw.
Good.
Well, it's just going to secured on the door. And go ahead and show me back in.
Sarah F 2000 says you're getting so close. So happy for you. Tony de Almeida 3 says the sub goal is 731 out of 800.
Yeah, we went down. I got to stop live streaming. We lose subs every time we live stream.
Texan Beast 2025 says stay around John, let's play it out.
I'll turn you guys down.
Bradley 25 says O'Shea is trying to push the fact on an arrest seems like.
Yeah.
Kenny Reed says, is that Surfside or Demi John?
Surfside.
And Harley still isn't answering calls.
Stoner Kennels XO_CO says, what's going on?
A disturbance call. And a cricket. We got a cricket over here. Guys, put it in the chat. I came over here because that radio traffic's playing out of the speaker, so we can hear. If that damn cricket wasn't so loud.
416 says always film 50. Jim Turner 88 says always film 50. Tony De Almeida 3 says hey cricket, don't bite us.
Right.
8775 says always film 50. District 81 says cricket. Bucket list check. Tony De Almeida 3 says always film 50.
Cricket has been checked off.
Kenny Reed says is that the White House behind your car.
Yes.
Infodo says, but not getting those girls that made the report for public IMAX. Tony De Almeida 3 says Kappa 1 Kappa 1. Stream Elements says Tony De Almeida 3 just cheered 2 bits.
Thank you so much, Tony. Yeah, that light's right in our... If I go over here, I'm closer to our cricket friend. But that light's out. Be quiet, cricket. Cricket's not following orders. I think we're good, guys. We haven't made that.
Turner 88 says
all right.
Texan Beast 2025 says John, the first left my TV at home on your YouTube channel for the past.
Oh, appreciate that.
Tony De Almeida 3 says cricket, be quiet.
Trying to hear stuff.
XO_CO says you can't go see what I'm talking about. Bradley 25 says film 50.
Always. I'm gonna move this. I gotta move some stuff around. I gotta get out. Okay, I'll use their spot. They can come by here, then I'll use their spot and back out.
That's clear.
113511.
Texan Beast 2025 says I'm one of the 58 watchers.
First name Larry, last name Ortiz.
Body Covers 1 says recap, please.
It was a disturbance. The people of the house said the 2 drunk girls showed up. There was a disagreement. I can pull in there. I see a place. I can turn around right there. Let me try this. I think we're going to end up getting Austin powered right here. I have to do a 27-point turn to get out of here.
Inkato says, hey cops, can you arrest the cricket for disturbance? please, it won't shut up. Tony de Almeida 3 says sorry. I said the cork sorry. Fiery Preppers 1 says getting off of what? Sarah F 2000 says better watch that Garden John Law.
Gotta watch out for golf carts crossing.
4204 Clifford. The deal that's not eligible, expired, do not renew, failure to appear. It's clear one.
Alright, we gotta disconnect that and reconnect it when it does that staticky stuff.
Tony de Almeida 3 says always film 50. Stream Elements says thank you for following Gucci.
Thank you for the follow.
$55.81 chicken welfare.
Okay. Bradley 25 says just in time to catch Freeport bars closing.
That's right.
Sarah F 2000 says off topic talk, but my little man is turning 4 on Wednesday time, please. Inkato says, hey cops, can you arrest the cricket for disturbance, please? It won't shut up.
Be nice to the cricket.
With 304 240 722. That's the Woodlands.
7, listen for the Woodlands.
I'll put the top up here so we'll have less wind noise. It does feel really good though, I'm going to tell you that much.
Preppers 1 says my face hurts. Inkato says always film pigs or wood. Bradley 25 says my hair is up, leave the top down low.
Alright.
Hey, 8710's busy. They're attempting to RSI. That's such a 58-year-old female. Came in as a chest pain, shortness of breath, 100 kilos.
Sarah F 2000 says any plans for today, John?
What you see? We got a field trip planned for tomorrow.
Tony de Almeida 3 says where is the field trip?
You know I can't say that. I'll just say it's not in Brazoria County.
Sarah F. 2000 says keeps is a secret wall shush. Tony de Almeida 3 says okay law. Tony de Almeida 3 says it's a secret. 903 Print Guy says thanks for the ride, man. I will catch you next time. Joanne 72 says on field trips we are with Bobby.
Yeah. Thank you for the 903. We'll see you.
Sticky Nicky 53 says you mentioned that your subscriptions went down. I am sure they were to Prime free subscriptions. Just reminder, if you don't want commercials, you can get a free subscription with your Amazon Prime account.
Clear. Be advised, somebody on scene possibly armed with a golf club and threatening to hit someone's vehicle.
Close patrol 10, checks clear. 7504. Close patrol 19, checks clear. 7504. Close patrol 10, checks clear.
Rebel 25 says, oh boy, not the golf club.
Yeah, I rewound it so I can hear it.
5592, be advised, somebody on scene possibly armed with a golf club and threatening to hit someone's vehicle.
Good. Close patrol 10, checks clear.
Clear.
Stoner Kennels XO _ CO says golf club, let's go.
I don't know where the address is. They
Close patrol 10, check.
Stoner Kennels XO _ CO says, who said in what city?
It's the county sheriff, which means it could be anywhere.
Tony de Almeida 3 says Chilo 1 Chilo 1 Chilo 1 Chilo 1. Stream Element says Tony de Almeida 3 just
7504.
cheered
Close
4
patrol
hits.
10, checks clear.
Clear. Be advised, somebody on scene possibly armed with a golf club and threatening to hit someone's vehicle.
I still didn't hear the...
Good.
They must have been talking about that when I was on the other call. Maybe it's a donkey. Maybe the donkey got a golf club. I've got to get some shit on this.
Dobrino TV says worst case scenario donkey armed with a club. Sticky Nicky 53 says wonder what his swing AVG is law.
I don't know.
Tony de Almeida 3 says maybe the donkey has it.
I hope the cops...
Sarah F 2000 says donkey golf night.
Hope the cops are up to par. I said I would do no more dad jokes, but I did it again.
34.
I gotta plug shit in.
Show us delayed on scene due to entry. PD units are making contact with facility staff.
UCS 5536. Can we get in contact with EMS that was on scene here? They just
says, I hope
see if
he
we
is
can have
staying
them stop.
forward.
We can get some information from the driver.
I gotta get organized super quick, guys. I'm sorry. These cables are just getting out of hand back here.
Correction is actually the keys to the vehicle that's being towed. Six up at the border waiting for the ambulance.
600 for 1.
Smith, Farley Jackson.
7504, close patrol 90, checks clear.
Sarah F. 2000 says, get yourself
Can you show
together,
us
John
delayed
Wall.
on scene?
I'm doing it right
your
now.
entry? Could you start making contact with facility staff?
I got a bad. This is why I put the cables on my wish list the other day, because we got a bad cable. Try to plug it in again. Nope. All right. Put the scanner in. Exactly.
7504, close patrol 90, checks clear.
Clear.
Alright, that cable's getting replaced. Alright, it's the best I can do for now. Alright, let's get to work.
Keying up normal. Close patrol 48, checks clear.
Clear.
Guys, I gotta take a yellow break.
Texan Beast 2025 says donkey playing golf who knew all. Biopreppers 1 says an allergic reaction to oak tree pollen typically presents as symptoms similar to other pollen allergies, including sneezing, runny or stuffy nose, watery or itchy eyes, and potentially a scratchy throat. Some individuals may also experience fatigue, headaches, or dark circles under the eyes. In severe cases, oak allergies can worsen asthma symptoms or even trigger an asthma attack, so it's crucial to seek medical attention if you experience such symptoms.
Alright guys, I have to take a yellow break, and you know I can't take you in there for that. I'm not taking the speaker off me, so I need you guys on your best behavior.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Silent Gamer.
Thank you for
Tony
the follow.
Dalmeda 3 says we will do a great job in the store.
All right.
Sarah F 2000 says enjoy your potty break, John.
Thanks.
Bayou Preppers 1 says but yet my dumb ass won't go to the ER.
Okay.
Thirty-two Chronic.
Where?
Yeah, so 4204. You can show me back in with a report.
Okay.
Bravo for Bus Patrol 34, check clear.
Yeah. Okay.
What a quick green beer.
Very quickly.
Three, clear now.
Where?
Four six on UTO, you should back in.
Okay.
8597, 8592, check the welfare.
10-4.
Okay.
Web says I'm in Oregon right now, so I don't know anything about Texas that much.
I thought we had an agreement, guys. I thought we were going to do best behavior.
Jonathan Heinrich says Brazoria County, Texas.
Yes,
Fire Preppers 1 says Shish, here he comes.
Yeah.
Sarah F 2000 says we're gonna get yelled out for misbehaving. Tony de Almeida 3 says we did a great job in the star.
I don't know if great job is the best way to describe it. I don't know if it's the best way to describe it. Not the words I would use.
Dashing Dasher TX says, did you like my song, John?
I heard it. I heard
DJ
everything.
Talk 7 says I was good this time. Angie 416 says LMAO. Sticky Nicky 53 says oh I'm sure it could have been a lot worse lol. Sarah F 2000 says we did better than we could have lol.
They see me rolling. Yes, yeah, I heard your rendition.
Fire Preppers 1 says I was going to be good, it didn't work out.
You tried.
Tony de Almeida 3 says lol.
Yeah, the cashiers are confused when I go in there and I don't bring you guys.
Dasher TX says we going to replay the Sing Now lol. Terry S says OMGGG, what is your voiceover doing? Lol.
It's the only way.
Misty Webb says, did I do something wrong?
Not at all. No, I had fun. It was fun.
Dashing Dasher TX says they see me pooping and not wiping. Gonna catch me riding dirty. I got skid marks in my undies.
I heard it.
Gonna catch me riding dirty. I'm John Gray and I'm riding dirty.
No.
Tony de Almeida 3 says we tried our best to be good.
You tried.
10_code says 10-8.
You guys tried. That's all I can ask for. So, I use text to speech. It's the only way I can talk to the chat, right?
Terry S says turn it off.
No way. That way how else am I going to read the chat? I turn it down when we get out on police interactions. But I can't communicate. This is the only way. I can't read the chat and drive all the time. And I spend a lot of time driving every night. Our calls are closed. Our calls are kind of far apart
Sarah
sometimes.
F 2000 says don't turn us off lol.
No. So that's the only way I can safely communicate with the chat. And let me turn on the defrost.
Tony de Almeida 3 says party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1, party 1. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits.
Thank you so much.
Dashing Dasher TX says John would be really bored if he turned us off.
Right.
Texan Beast 2025 says leave your YouTube channel on. Sticky Nicky 53 says you are communicating with us.
Ready for any mileage?
Yeah, I was standing in line. I actually had to buy something. So.
Tony de Almeida 3 says John, we love you and Pam. We joined the stream every night on Twitch.
Oh, thank you.
97029.
That's very kind of you.
97029.
So it may seem like we're just driving up and down this road. These establishments are about to close. Well, they're actually already closed, so they're clearing out. We'll, I haven't seen it tonight, but usually the cops will sit here and stock the bars when they close. And I haven't seen it tonight. Actually, we haven't seen it all weekend here in Freeport. Other places we have, but in Freeport we have not this weekend.
Oh.
So I think we'll do one more pass through.
Link Helipad Papa 204.
Courtesy ride to Pines from Rockies at 22990 East Mulberry. Clear beginning to
Bradley 25 says this shift in Freeport hardly ever does
ready for any mileage?
Right.
Tony de Almeida 3 says maybe they're eating some donuts piggy. J Brian 2383 says
Westway 3, did you copy?
party 1, party 1. Sticky Nikki 53 says just reminder you can get a free monthly subscription with your Amazon Prime.
That's right.
Data Dominatrix says I want a donut. Misty Webb says I apologize if I did or said something wrong.
You absolutely
I
did.
just came across your stream about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, no problem at all. No, what we do is a little weird. So it takes a while for. You didn't say anything wrong. I didn't hear you say anything wrong.
A courtesy ride to Arbor Pines.
Everyone, welcome in the new people.
Clear for beginning Pacific. One time SEMA.
Tony de Almeida 3 says 4 head 1 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 4 head 1. Stream Element says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 6 bits.
Thank you so much
J.
for the
Bryan
6 bits.
2383 says happy birthday, John.
That's not my birthday. Don't start that shit again. It's not my birthday. In case you're new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. You'll hear the scanner in the background. We're listening to
J. Boogie 1620 says they are giving courtesy rides tonight.
We are listening to the scanner. We're going to record police interactions.
Will Donnellan says welcome in newbies. You will love what we do. Data Dominatrix says mine is tomorrow law.
Well,
Tony de Almeida 3 says happy birthday. John, let's sing happy birthday to him.
It's not my birthday. Damn you.
Dashing Dasher TX says we film pigs, we talk shit, and I make it a daily goal to try and share the shit out of John. I've been slacking though, so welcome and buckle up and hang on to your buns.
3, that was me. That was an accident. Okay.
That's what we do.
J Boogie 1620 says he said let's sing him happy birthday.
It's not my birthday.
Have a nice
719. That's a Freeport call.
Dispatch.
53 says 2 good things about being a subscriber. There are no commercials and you get a voice in the chat.
That's right.
53 West 2nd Street. That's going to be
At the
airport. 1853 West 2nd Street.
Stand by. You talking about Livingston community?
I don't know
That's
what's going on.
Tony de Almeida 3 says fail, fish 1 fail, fish 1 fail, fish 1.
Where do you want to go?
Says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 3 bits.
It's just a business alarm.
Getting directions to Jack in the Box.
I didn't say
Bradley
that. I said
25
cancel.
says 1853 West 2nd Street.
Yeah, it's a business alarm. I don't go to those unless they say someone's on the camera.
23, that was me. It was an accident. I'm good.
I mean, we'll go be
J.
in the
Bryan
area.
2383 says happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to join, happy birthday to you.
It's not my...
Bradley 25 says send it just in case I heard after sent.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Misty Webb says where is Brazoria County?
Brazoria County, we're about 50 miles south of Houston, right on the Gulf Coast.
Linny Manette 1 says what business is the Boosie alarm?
Whatever that address is. I generally don't go to those because they're usually bullshit. I go if they say they see someone on the cameras. I go then.
35 to 11.
Linny Manette 1 says business alarm typo. Dobrino
I know what you
TV
meant.
says hey happy B-Day John.
It's not my damn birthday.
Tony de Almeida 3 says Uni 1, Uni 1, Uni 1, Uni 1, Uni 1, Uni 1, Uni 1,
Business alarm coming from the pharmacy safe motion.
Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 12 bits. Dashing Dasher TX says you can be a mime in a trunk full of voices or you can be a voice in a trunk full of voices.
Yeah.
Either way, welcome in.
So,
if you find a baby in the trunk, John kidnapped him with cookies.
Yeah, we'll go to the...
Though he likes it back there.
We'll go to this one.
Dobrino TV says, what are you 20 now? Tony de Almeida 3 says, good stop.
Yes, I'm 20. I'm 20 now. We'll go to this one, but we'll kind of
Linny
stay
Manette
off.
1 says, I was curious, but father, were some girls running around Gulf Bank?
That's a pharmacy alarm, which we'll go check that out. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be up here at CVS. That's the only pharmacy I know of on 2nd Street.
Luminette1 says, OMG, sorry I can't type.
That's
Misty
all right.
Webb says, I'm watching you from Coos Bay, Oregon.
Ah, well, thank you for watching.
Bradley25 says, John's B-Day is like in November, lol, long ways away.
Yeah.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, Swift Rage 1, 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 Swift Rage 1. Stream Elements says, Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 10 bits.
Thank you for the 10 bits.
Bradley25 says, it is CVS.
Yep. That's why I'm just gonna park across the street. Because they're gonna come in with their lights off. So I'll just park across the street and watch. I don't think they're gonna find anything, but I want to make silhouettes out of them.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, happy birthday, John.
Dang it, it's not my birthday. Alright, yeah, so you can see they're already there. They're blacked out, so I'm going to be blacked out too. Yeah, see, this is what I would do for Clute too, during alarm calls like this. But they don't tell me I don't have that information in order to do stuff like this.
Wi-Fi 3, you think you can disregard.
So, I don't know.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, LOL, I got you. Vicky Yingling says, hi everyone. Doperino TV says, happy 239,874 birthday, John.
I'm just going to go with it, thank you. So I would do the same thing for Clute, but I can't because they hide what they're doing on the radio. I don't think it would be cool of me to show up with my scanners blaring and like I said, usually these calls are bullshit.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, Shamrock 1, Shamrock 1. Stream Elements says, Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 2 bits.
Thank you for the 2
Misty
bits.
Webb says, that's a smart thing to have the messages read out to you. I wish some of the people in California had to read out message system. Sticky Nicky 53 says, social. Doperino TV says, it'll stop just messing with you.
No, it's fine. I love it. If you guys weren't messing with me, you don't like me, so I'm fine with it. Completely fine with it. All right, so here comes another one. I bet he turns off his lights. We'll see. If he doesn't turn off his lights, then I don't have to turn off mine. All right, he's coming right there.
24. The building's secure. Everything appears to be 10-4. Were you able to contact the key holder?
All right, building secure. Like I said, most of the time these calls are complete bullshit.
That's negative, standby.
All right, so he's got his lights on now. As a matter of fact, I've seen so many bullshit alarm calls here, but because it's a pharmacy, right? I mean, you never know. Because it's a pharmacy, there may be stuff in there some people want, so.
Misty Webb says, in your state are the state park rangers allowed to pull over vehicles on the interstate?
They can do whatever they want. They have a lot of power, actually. I gotta switch phones, guys.
Sticky Nicky 53 says if John has an issue, he has the power to turn us off.
That's right, I do.
He knows we troll him out of love.
Yes.
Doperino TV says it's that donkey trying to get his fix. Bradley 25 says it's a little late for their alarm to be going off. It's not like they just closed law.
Right. So that's why I'm hanging out over here. They already said the building's secure. Let's see, what am I doing? I need to turn on the scanner on this one. We gotta swap phones. At least for the scanner.
Also be advised, she's advising it's Billington and East Fernard, not Pecan.
Not Pecan, Billington. Well, Clute's giving me some information.
The key holder is going to be en route. She said she'll be there in 15 minutes.
All right,
Bayou Preppers 1 says it's about to pop off.
I think so too, maybe.
That's clear.
All right, they're waiting on the key holder. 15 minutes. I'm not going to wait 15 minutes. Remind me to turn my lights back on. I reminded myself. Got a lot of the alarm
Jokerino
calls.
TV says, let me go fire off blanks at my apartment to keep the content going.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't create the content here. We just record whatever happens. There are some people that do what I do that call the cops on themselves, and that's not my cup of tea.
Doperino TV says, ha ha ha, I am just kidding.
I know you are. Yeah, none of my audience would do that. See, if that same situation happened in Clute, the way they hide on the radio, I wouldn't know it was an alarm call, right? I wouldn't know.
Okay.
And I wouldn't know to treat it differently.
Sticky Nicky 53 says, why are you videoing me?
Why are you videoing me? Oh my God, you're recording me.
Misty Webb says, how often do you stream during the week?
6 nights a week.
Doperino TV says, why do you think Clute is so secretive?
Because they got mad about a video I made about them. Well, I just showed their actions. And it's only one shift in Clute. It's only one shift that absolutely hates us. And they don't like you guys. They didn't like the speaker.
I can get your kids with them.
Yeah,
Sarah F 2000 says, see notes for a week or so to be annoying, okay, whatever, but to keep this going and going is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Dobrino TV says, I've only been pulled over one time here and the cop was chill.
Yes, sir.
Well, bad cops.
Sarah F 2000 says, just makes them look bad cause like what you hiding.
So bad cops don't wear a sign that says I'm a bad cop. And until they do, I'm going to record all cops. If they start wearing a sign that says I'm a bad cop, I'll quit. I'll retire. I'll go be a Walmart greeter. Hi, welcome to Walmart.
Sarah F 2000 says, always film 5-0.
Hi, welcome to Walmart. I'm practicing.
Can
I see your receipt?
Dobrino TV says, be a hell of a Walmart greeter.
Can I see your receipt? Hi, welcome to Walmart. So I worked almost 25 to 30 years in IT, and now because of my social media, I can't get a job anywhere. So I just record cops now.
Bradley 25 says, or by then your record deal with your song be booming by then.
You know, that's a possibility. I forgot about that. I forgot about my platinum song.
Dobrino TV says I don't talk to Walmart 5-0.
In Texas, there's actually something, and I'm not gonna say much, but let's do our homework. There's something called the shopkeeper law. I can't remember the specifics, so I'm not gonna talk about it, but I want to look that up tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow. If memory serves me correct, the shopkeeper law allows them to ask for a receipt.
Sticky Nicky 53 says, can you imagine being a Walmart greeter streamer? Proud Granny 73 says the checkpoints at Walmart are almost worse than the checkpoints at the airport. Every time they want to see my receipt, I would say, oh, so you're TSAing me again.
Right.
Dobrino TV says, what did you do in IT?
I was everything. My last job I had, I worked for Microsoft, level 3 support engineer in Azure Identity. That was the last job I had in IT.
5545.
And that was 3 years ago.
288 southbound, right above the underpass for County Road 58.
Dobrino TV says I want to go to college for cybersecurity is why I asked.
I gotcha.
Misty Webb says, do you watch streamers from other states like La California?
I don't like watching any of the bigger. There's like 12 in Bakersfield that I don't watch.
Sticky Nicky 53 says the company is always still looking for IT people. Sarah F 2000 says, why blue light under bridge?
I don't know. So lots of people. I don't know if it.
Sticky Nicky 53 says I work for.
Ah. Well, usually people find my social media. I've been to 3 interviews before, and then they find my social media. They're like,
you already notified the fire department?
They're like, nah, bro. Your views are way too unpopular. But I've been fortunate enough to be able to do this full time for.
Carrie Shearer says palm trees bound.
Yeah, I've been doing this full time for 3 years now, so it's been a blessing.
Dobrino TV says shows narcotic stains on cars. I have no idea what I am talking about. Sticky Nicky 53 says my company I work for wouldn't care.
Well, maybe I'll find one day.
Sarah F 2000 says it's a sign that we need you in the streets.
That's right. I mean, I enjoy doing what I do, so. Some months, as a streamer though, some months are better than others, and
Julie says, do you know about the haunted Walmart in Galveston?
yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was in Galveston.
Bradley 25 says that's with every job, John.
Yep.
Dobrino TV says thought that was the mosquito guy.
No, that was not the mosquito guy. I wasn't going to point that out.
Rights On says hello, John.
Hey, Rights On.
Thomas 30,951 says is it closing time?
I don't know. This, as you can see, this road is.
Bradley 25 says them rockets were costing.
Yeah, as you can see, the road next to me is heating up, so. Something tells me they won't make it through Lake Jackson like that, so. I was trying not to point that out, but. Also, sometimes they have a tendency not to stop, so there's that. I saw a video the other day where a cop pitted a motorcycle. Can you believe that? I mean, what's next? Spike strips for motorcycles?
Bradley 25 says quite a few rockets for this hour.
We'll go up to Lake Jackson, we'll do a turnaround.
Doperino TV says faster than PD vehicles, so they run it.
It usually turns out...
Sarah F2000 says, sorry if this is silly, but what does that mean?
What does what mean? Did it? Oh, basically...
Beauty says, I saw that video too.
Isn't that gross? Like the guy stood no chance.
Tony de Almeida 3 says Corgo 1 Corgo 1. Stream Elements says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 2 bits.
Thank you so much for the bits. Want to hear this traffic again?
Okay.
New suspect, yeah. They contacted the address that I given you on July 10th. All the occupants appear to be intoxicated. They was verbal only. No firearms involved, no assault.
I think that
Doperino TV says it means they hit a bike to stop the chase, which is crazy cause they can easily die from it.
Yeah. No, it basically
like... also just add that the person that they said was the aggressor is no longer on scene.
No, it's when you see a car, a police chase, and they take the back of their, or the front of their car, run
Bradley
into the back
25 says, yeah,
2807, 2807.
At a certain speed, they are supposed back off the chase.
58 female.
I can tell you that they don't in Brazoria County. They keep going.
Misty Webb says, if you get a chance, please watch the LA Nightcrawler from last night.
All right.
Misty Webb says, and if you do start watching it towards the end. Sarah F2000 says that's crazy. Bradley 25 says, yeah, Brazoria County is a piece of work all the way around.
Yeah, they don't stop. I actually have heard them say...
Misty Webb says it was incredible the amount of damage the people did to the property around the house throwing the party.
I'm in the
Sarah
area.
F2000 says, was the person open? Beauty says, Misty, are you talking about AXN after that concert let out? That was insane.
455.
All right, guys.
I'm in the area. I'm looking around to see if I can find that speed demon.
We are headed to the palm trees. Wait, hold on. This is Clute Fire Department. Let me see what they say first.
15 Clute Fire, all Clute Fire. You need at 302 County Road 231, 302 County Road 231. It's going to be for a fire alarm, a residential. Only information we have now is that it's an entry door. Turn time's going to be 2:30.
Alright, that's an alarm. Those are usually also bullshit. But, we'll see.
County Road 231. It's going to be for a fire alarm, a residential. Only information we have now is that it's an entry door. Turn time's going to be 2:30.
Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Time is the most valuable thing you have, and you guys chose to spend it with me. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the bits, the subscriptions. I don't know if we got any...
Bradley 25 says, good night everyone, see y'all tomorrow, and be ready for our field trip.
I don't think we got any super chats over
Tony
on
de
YouTube.
Almeida 3 says, have a good night. John and everybody on Twitch, see you guys on Twitch tomorrow.
Yeah, no memberships, no super chats on YouTube. Thank you for hanging out with me, YouTube. Give me a second. Let me stop the YouTube stream and the Kick stream. And then we'll do a raid.
Real Donalyn says good night.
Good night, everybody.